WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Streaming live on WFLA Now, powered by 1-800-ASK-GARY.
A live look at Max Defender 8 radar as a strong cold front is forecast to move through the Tampa Bay area. Could bring some severe weather later on this afternoon. We're live with your forecast and everything you need to know here in the Tampa Bay area, as well as to feature your questions here live on WFLA Now. Hey there, everybody. JB Biunno here with you live with Max Defender 8 meteorologist. And let's bring in Max Defender 8 meteorologist Leigh Spann as well in the center of your screen. Hey there, Leigh. Okay, the entire team here on your screen to talk about the weather that is heading our way in the hours ahead. So we have hashtag Hey Amanda. You can use hashtag Hey Leigh, hashtag Hey JB. First and foremost, wherever you're watching from across our social media platforms, tell us where you're watching from and do so with hashtag Hey Amanda, hashtag Hey Leigh, hashtag Hey JB. Give us a little mini forecast. Tell us what you're seeing outside your front window. But let's send things over to Leigh for the very latest. What do you got here on Max Defender 8, Leigh?
You know, we've been heralding this storm system coming in on Thursday for days now. So this should not come as a surprise that we're getting a lot of rain on this Thursday. But just a couple of hours ago, we were issued this tornado watch. You see it in the bright red here for every county: Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County, Manatee, Sarasota, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County. Now, what a tornado watch means is that there is the potential for a strong enough storm to possibly produce a tornado. So what we will definitely see some strong thunderstorms, even if they aren't tornadoes themselves. And the reason is this cold front right here. That's what's leading to the stronger storms on their way. So that's why it's a watch. You want to watch out for what's coming later. And this is pushing pretty quickly toward the east. Now, out ahead of that, we've had some areas of rain that have pulled out of the Gulf from the south and west. And finally, Polk County, you've been the one area where we haven't really seen rain today until about a half hour ago. Davenport, Haines City, a couple of lightning strikes there. Lakeland, you saw some rain around the Polk Parkway. This is all moving to the north and east. It'll be heading toward the Orlando area. And then farther to the south, Sebring, Wauchula, Arcadia, Lakewood Ranch, you've seen a couple of batches of rain. And what we said, and we have been saying, is that the rounds of rain will continue until you get that main line to push through. So what a warm front has lifted over us. That's why we're getting those warm, humid conditions, kind of breezy out of the southwest. And then there's this cold front, the line of thunderstorms, and that's where we have the potential for the strong to severe, possibly tornadic activity. It's cloudy, it's muggy, it's breezy, almost a quarter of an inch of rain so far today at the Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. But look at the water here in Tampa Bay, really already churned up with that south wind coming in at 13 miles per hour. So as that front gets closer to us, we're going to keep the rain chance at about 90%. Basically expect some rain between now and about the middle of the afternoon. Here's an interesting thing, though. On a lot of occasions, when a cold front sweeps through, we immediately drop the rain chance. You see it clearing out. That is not going to happen with this. Notice, even behind the front, 7, 8, 9 o'clock this evening, we're still dealing with passing showers. It's going to be cool and there won't be any severe threat, but rain may continue. And let me explain why. So this morning so far, we've seen these kind of patchy showers pushing in from south to north. By 1 p.m., okay, now here comes the cold front. So this is where you're going to see the majority of any severe weather starting in our south and our northwest counties like Citrus and Hernando. And then by 2:30, we're talking about it being right along the I-75 corridor, basically from Hernando County all the way down into Tampa. Then we get that cold front to move farther to the south. And by 4 p.m., some of the heaviest rain is in Polk County, Highlands County, Hardy, DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota. look what's happening behind the front. The winds come switch direction out of the west as opposed to the south, but that's coming right off the Gulf of Mexico. So what's going to happen is it's going to bring in moisture. So notice it's not heavy rain, but it's kind of consistent off and on light showers all the way through Saturday. The good news is the severe weather threat is going to end as soon as you get that first line to come through. So Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco, I think after 2 p.m., you really don't have much more of a threat of severe weather. And of course, right now on the I-4 corridor, that severe weather threat will continue until 5 p.m. because that's when the cold front passes. And it's going to take you until a little after 7 p.m. to get rid of the severe weather threat in places like Highlands County and southern portions of Sarasota. Between now and the time that the evening comes, we're going to pick up some rain. Now, it's not going to be a huge rainmaker because it's moving so quickly. So what this graphic shows is how much rain we could add up during the day. And so just notice these blue shadings here. That's an inch of rain. So anywhere from a ½ an inch to an inch, I think, is pretty widespread. But there may be some pockets, especially up maybe in Citrus and Hernando County, closer to where that front initially comes on shore, that may see 2 inches, and there could be some spots where you see 2 to 3 inches of rain again. And if you get under one of those isolated pockets, it could lead to some quick street flooding, although it should not last very long. What is going to last, the rough boating conditions. And I'm not talking about just today. We're talking about bad, windy, gusty, rough conditions on the water through Saturday. Again, as those strong winds come off the Gulf. So today, southwest winds at 20 knots. Obviously, you don't want to get out there with the storms. And even if it's not stormy, it's 6 to 10 foot seas, a small craft advisory currently in effect, and a high surf advisory going into effect later today. So behind the front, thankfully, it is going to be a little cooler, but it's going to bring those gusty showers and those sprinkles through Saturday and that rough boating condition through Saturday as well. But, all right, we have some great weather coming our way for Halloween, which also means perfect trick-or-treat weather. It's going to be a little cool Sunday night, not too hot, low humidity. We just have to get through the next couple of days where it's going to be a little bit on the rainy side. So you see the rounds of rain today and a high of around 81. Tonight it is cooler. We're dropping down into the upper 60s. Strong winds coming out of the west and those lingering kind of passing showers. Notice it's a 20% chance tomorrow and still a 30% chance, especially in the first part of Saturday. Look at Sunday, man, what a payoff, right? 78, sunny, low humidity. That continues through most of next week. So I'm going to send it back to you guys because we're going to focus back in on the storms that are out there right now.
Max Defender 8 meteorologist Leigh Spann with the latest, including what we can expect for trick-or-treating weather, back here with you live on WFLA Now with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly. And Leigh, if you'd like to come into the center of the screen here too, we're going to go rapid fire through some of these questions, and we'll try to ping pong back and forth between Leigh and between Amanda. Let's just kind of go through them. We have 10 minutes here with Leigh, and we've got maybe another 12 to 15 minutes with Amanda, so we'll try to get through these as quickly as we can. Elisa Vieira, hashtag JB, watching from St. Pete. Leigh saying right now it's gloomy, excited for the cold front though.
I think a lot of people are. I mean, we often talk about the fact that we get this cold front. There's sort of one cold front during October that really changes us into fall, and we think this is going to be the one. So as opposed to the past couple of ones where it'll cool down and it warms right back up, this one's sort of changing us for the general future.
Let's get to the next one. Thanks a lot, Elisa, for your comment. Let's get to Lauren Gengel joining us. Amanda saying rain off and on in Palm Harbor.
Yeah, so far that's what we've had this morning, but as we head into the early afternoon, that line that is kind of approaching our coastline right there, yeah, that's going to come in, and it's going to be another round of rain for areas like Palm Harbor, especially right along the coast. It's not going to last incredibly long, maybe an hour or so. You're going to get some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and then the cooler weather will slowly trickle in tonight.
Mary Niemeyer for you, Leigh, hashtag KGB. I'm from Seminole in Pinellas County, saying no rain there just yet, but that could change, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at this line there. And I'm surprised they haven't, because Pinellas County has seen some rain already this morning, but everybody's going to get in on it between about lunchtime and 5 p.m.
Hashtag Hey Amanda from Jennifer Couture. Hernando County and Spring Hill and Hernando County, windy right now over there.
Yeah, windy even outside of the rain. Notice it's not raining in Hernando County right now. It's going to be gusty even outside some of these storms. It's going to stay windy tomorrow and into Saturday as well. But as the storms move in, that's when we're kind of concerned about the threat for the potential for some of these storms to become a little stronger.
Yeah, Leigh pointing at it right there. How about this one coming in from Christina? Hashtag HJB, she's joining us from Port Richey. A little cloudy, raining earlier this morning, but so good so far. What about Port Richey, Leigh?
Well, yeah, what everybody's going to see at some point a stronger amount of rain. And we actually do need the rain. I mean, October was exceptionally dry. So I know a lot of our lawns needed some rain. So this is, in the short term, will be beneficial. So expect a heavier downpour. Hopefully, we keep everything below severe limits and certainly no tornadoes, although that tornado watch does go until 5 p.m. But we could use the rain, and again, we'll pick up anywhere from a half an inch to an inch by the time this whole thing is said and done.
Again, if you're just joining us, meteorologists Amanda Holly, Leigh, Spann joining us on WFLA Now. Want to feature some of your questions and comments. Tell us where you're watching from. Use hashtag #HeyAmanda, hashtag #HeyLeigh, or hashtag #HeyJB. We'll feature your question or your comment, or give us a mini forecast. What are you seeing outside of your front door, outside of your front window? Let's get to this next one. Just came in a moment ago. It comes from Essie Hollinsworth. For you, Amanda, hashtag #HeyAmanda. What about Fort Myers? Worry about the Eagles' nest over there in Fort Myers.
Em and Harriet, right? Yes, we... As the front kind of moves through, it is going to be weakening as it makes its way into central and south Florida there. And I'm not as concerned about the severe weather for Fort Myers, but there's still going to be the gusty winds even outside of the rain. So we'll be watching for that, but it's not going to be as strong as it's moving through the Tampa Bay area.
And the Eagles know how to take cover.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they are equipped for what's heading our way. Let's get to this one from Bonita Best, hashtag #HeyJB. St. Pete, just north of downtown, just gray skies right now, Leigh.
And all of this is going to change. We had some little pockets of rain like this one moving through Polk County now kind of come through. We did have some downpours earlier in Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, Pasco County. So everybody kind of had some passing morning showers. And we knew that was going to be the case. We call those discrete showers because they're not really attached to the main line. They're just, you can almost count them here like they're isolated. But everybody's going to end up getting at least one big old downpour. My advice to most people is if you're going to work, if you're at work watching this, you may want to have packed your lunch because around lunchtime is when we're going to start to really see the conditions go downhill and you don't want to have to walk to your car. So that's kind of been my PSA is bring your lunch to work so you can just sit there and watch the storms.
I forgot lunch today, so I'm in a little bit of a conundrum. I got to figure something out. Yeah, it might have to be an extra DoorDash tip there if they're coming in the rain.
Yeah.
Steve Shug, hashtag #HeyJB, Hudson, Florida on the beach side. Amanda, what do we say about Hudson?
Yeah, I was just reading. He actually commented again saying that it's windy, clouds are moving quick. Is there potential for water spouts? And yes, we've actually seen a warning already issued this morning for north of our watch area, if you will. For Dixie County, there was a likely water spout that moved on shore up there. So certainly water spouts are possible. We could see a couple of isolated cells, if you will, develop out ahead of that main line that we'll be watching for some water spouts. And within that main line as well, we'll have to watch for the chance for those to develop.
Kristen Diamond, hashtag #HeyJB, a very specific question, Leigh. What are we thinking it'll be like around 3 o'clock near Madeira Beach?
Okay, so here's the Madeira Beach area. Obviously, we're only talking about this line of storms that, right now, maybe 30 to 40 miles off your shoreline. This is moving pretty quickly. So I think your worst weather is going to be between about noon and 2 o'clock. So it may be getting better by 3 p.m. And when I say getting better, I mean the threat for severe weather will be going down. But you could still get cloudy, gusty, rainy conditions even through the evening. So thankfully, if you're trying to do something at 3 p.m., you're close, but I think for the most part that severe weather will have pushed a little bit to your south, but rain could still continue for whatever plans you had going on at 3 p.m.
Let's get to these next ones coming in. Again, 5 more minutes with Leigh, maybe a couple more after that with Amanda. Let's just try to go as rapid fire through these as we can. And how about a lot of questions coming in about Apollo Beach, Amanda? This one from Amanda Barrett, hashtag #HeyJB. What's Apollo Beach looking like?
Right now, conditions aren't too bad in Apollo Beach. You did have a downpour making its way through about an hour or so ago. Conditions a little bit drier at the moment, but again, that line of storms is going to pass through early this afternoon, if not right around noon. There's a live look at Max Defender 8. You can see that line that's offshore. That's going to pass through Apollo Beach as well. You're going to expect torrential rain, some gusty winds within that as it passes.
Let's get to the next comment, and thank you for that one, Amanda. Susan Kammerer, hashtag #HeyJB. Leigh saying that she's in Largo, and it's a little windy in Largo right now.
Yeah, and it's only going to get windier. And for Susan, the windy conditions, they're going to be the worst when this initial line gets to you, which again, along the coast of Pinellas County and in the central portions of Pinellas County, this could be anywhere from about noon until 2, 3 o'clock today. But it's still going to be quite windy even behind the front. You may notice it's windier behind this initial line of thunderstorms continuing through this afternoon, tonight, Friday, and Saturday. We're still talking about close to 20-mile-per-hour sustained winds behind this front for a good 48 hours.
Gail Williams, hashtag HeyJB. This comment just coming in, watching from Lakeland. It just finished raining there, says Gail, Amanda, in Lakeland, in Polk County.
Yeah, I mean, Leigh zoomed right on into that downpour, that thunderstorm that was kind of overtaking Polk County a little bit there. But yeah, that thunderstorm now making its way off to the northeast. It's going to dry out for a little bit. Stay on the gusty side. You can see I-4 there right in the middle of your screen. Yep, Leigh, and he's pointing right there between Polk City and Davenport. All of that moving off to the northeast. It's going to dry out for a little bit. Winds will stay gusty, but then that main line's going to come in and bring some more rain.
Let's just stay here with this and just go right over from Kelly Cameron here in the comment section, hashtag HeyJB. Winter Haven, Florida, raining lightly, some thunderstorms there in Winter Haven.
And probably, since she wrote that, it probably has gotten a little worse because we've already seen some lightning strikes there, again, pushing into the eastern portion of Polk County. And again, this is already, the heaviest of the rain is already beginning to move out of Polk County. So you write that comment, this stuff's been moving so quickly, by the time you finish writing the comment, things can change very quickly. And we're going to see that happen as well when this line arrives. It's going to go from being not too bad to really bad to not so bad, and then better and better and better as far as the rain is concerned. So conditions are going to change quickly no matter where you are as this system makes its way through.
We're going to say a short farewell to Max Defender 8 meteorologist Leigh Spann, who you'll see, of course, coming up in a few minutes on WFLA News Channel 8, our 11 a.m. newscast here. Any final observations, Leigh, before we let you go?
Well, we knew that this cold front was going to be coming, and we, a lot of times, we tell you the timing could be a little off, but we've been telling you pretty much for the last couple of days that this was going to be a sunrise to sunset event, and that's exactly what happened. Around 7 o'clock this morning, we started seeing those showers coming on shore, and when now the worst weather is going to come through right in the middle of the day. So if you can just hang tough wherever you are in the middle of the day, if that's at work, if that's at your house, try not to do any errands during the middle of the afternoon. Let these storms pass on through, and then that way everybody can stay safe. And even if we get a tornado warning, you'll be able to get those sent right to your phone with the Max Defender 8 app. We're going to bring it to you on TV. If anything does happen, you're safe inside as these storms roll through here in the middle and the early afternoon hours.
Max Defender 8 meteorologist Leigh Spann, catch her coming up here on WFLA News Channel 8. Coming up here in about 19 minutes from now, your NBC station here in Tampa Bay. A few more minutes with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly. Amanda, let's just go rapid fire.
Yeah.
You ready to just go through as many of these as we can? And let's just get caught up with where we are. Kelsey Badger. Hashtag HeyJB, will this affect the Lightning game tonight?
I'm assuming puck drop around 7:30 this evening. Not expecting this to affect the Lightning game. The severe threat will be over in Hillsborough County by 7 p.m. this evening, which is good news. But again, keep in mind, it's going to stay gusty, and we'll keep the chance for some light passing showers in the forecast. All
right, Stephanie Dudley, hashtag Hey Amanda. I'm in Lakeland. It's been raining on and off, kind of gusty at times there in Lakeland.
Yeah, those gusts, like Leigh said earlier, are only going to get stronger as we head through the afternoon, and we could see even higher gusts as the storms pass through. You just had that thunderstorm move over the Lakeland area a few minutes ago, but we've got another round of rain on the way this afternoon.
Amy saying here, hashtag HeyJB, or asking here rather, what does Dunedin look like around 2 o'clock today?
Dunedin around 2 p.m. is going to start to dry out right after 2 o'clock. I think by 3 p.m. in Dunedin, the severe threat is over. The heaviest rain will be over, and we'll just be dealing with some of those light showers this afternoon.
All right. Thank you a lot for that one, Amy. Let's get to Sky Johnson. Using all the hashtags is Sky, hashtag Hey Amanda, Leigh, JB. Could we see flooding in Weeki Wachee?
If we see flooding, Sky, really anywhere, not just for Weeki Wachee, at this point, it would only be brief. We actually need the rain in a good amount of the Tampa Bay area, so if we see a downpour come through and it dumps a lot of rain in a short amount of time, we could see some brief localized flooding on the roadways, but it'll clear up pretty fast.
All right, let's get to one for you. Maggie Rodriguez saying, hashtag Hey Amanda, Lakewood Ranch, any possible tornadoes there in Lakewood Ranch?
Yeah, you see the red box on your screen there. That is a tornado watch. That means that the ingredients are are there. We don't have a tornado imminent at the moment, but the ingredients are there for a tornado to form. So tornadoes are possible. You have to have a way of staying informed this afternoon as this line of storms moves through.
Mel Hutchison, hashtag Hey Leigh, hashtag Hey Amanda, watching from the Highlands of Scotland. Yeah, wow. Sunny, but only 11 degrees in Scotland. It's going to get colder and cooler this weekend, but not that cold. Nowhere near that cold.
No. It'll be nice for us here in Florida this weekend. Highs in the 70s.
Stephanie Dudley, hashtag HJB. Does Polk have any tornado warnings right now? And as I understand it, there's no tornado warnings right now. A tornado watch, but no warnings issued for the Tampa Bay area.
Correct. The watch just means the ingredients are there. Warnings means that the threat is imminent. There could be a tornado on the ground. No warnings are in effect right now.
A few more minutes here, everybody. A couple more with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly joining us, everybody, here live on WFLA Now. And so this is really the very last call for any of your hashtag Hey JB or hashtag Hey Amanda questions and comments here. Stephanie, thanks a lot for yours. And let's see if, looking here, they're coming in pretty quickly. And
yes, they are.
Let's get to Maria Arroyo, hashtag Hey JB. Any flooding in St. Pete when the kids come out of school? Yeah, picking up kids from school, pretty obviously important. What's the weather going to be like around that time of day?
Yeah, the 1 to 3 time frame when you pick up those kiddos from school today, it's going to be rough in some areas with that line of storms passing through. You're going to have to watch for that localized flooding. Again, it's not going to last very long, but if a thunderstorm is over you as you're trying to pick up your kiddos, that's going to be tough. You know, be careful of the lightning for sure. It's also going to be gusty winds.
I love when we get a nice, friendly good morning from a commenter like Heather Buchanan here, hashtag Hey Leigh, hashtag Hey Leigh. Good morning, y'all, and she put a sunflower emoji in there. Winds are just starting to pick up in Holiday, according to Heather.
Only gonna get gustier throughout the day, Heather, and they're gonna stay breezy through Saturday.
I love these next two coming in from Daniel and Laura. They're different, but let's go to Daniel first. It was for Leigh, hashtag Hey Leigh. How fast is this storm,
So
Amanda?
The actual line of storms right now moving between 35 and 40 miles per hour pretty quickly toward the coast here. You can see the individual storms, they're kind of drifting off to the northeast, but then the actual line itself is moving closer to the coast. So we are going to kind of quickly pass these storms through the Tampa Bay area, and it's not going to be an all-day rain event. Obviously, it's dry in most spots right now, but the storms, as they move in, the heaviest torrential rain isn't going to last very long.
We got a YouTube audience and a YouTube question coming in to everybody there on YouTube. I see Alan and Mike and Walner and Carl and Armchair Man Tracker. I love the names there on YouTube. We got a YouTube comment coming in here in just a second. But first, let's get to this one, the one I was just talking about, and it comes in from, it was from Laura, right? Where is it? Oh my goodness, this comment queue. Here it is, Laura, and I love this too. Hashtag Hey JB with the A. Hey. St. Pete Skyway. Got to talk about the Skyway here and impacts there.
Yeah, you know, we are going to see some gusty winds. I don't think that we're going to see sustained winds for a long period of time over 40 miles per hour, which I believe is when they shut down the Skyway. But briefly, there could be sustained winds over 40 miles per hour as that line of storms moves through. So if you're hitting the roads early by midday, I mean, anywhere between now and about 3 p.m., make sure you kind of watch those signs as you're driving up to it.
I'm very jealous of Mike Pellegrino on YouTube. Very jealous of you, Mike, because you say that you're going to be at the Rolling Stones concert.
My mom is too. I got a few family members going this weekend. Friday, tomorrow, yeah.
I had an invite, and then it kind of, it was before the pandemic when they were coming, and then it got postponed, and then that invite kind of changed because dates changed, and I'm so,
other people
Mike
could go.
And to Amanda's mother, it was your mom, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very jealous. But Mike Pellegrino on YouTube, and hello to everybody there on YouTube. Hello there, everybody. Hashtag KJB question. What's the forecast for the Stones concert Friday night at Raymond James Stadium?
Mom texted me this morning, too. What's it going to be like tomorrow? The Stones concert, really not going to be an issue here. It is going to be breezy. It's going to be cool. I would bring at least a light jacket. I mean, for me, I don't like the cold. I'd probably bring more than a light jacket. And I can't rule out a couple of passing light showers, but certainly no severe weather.
All right, super rapid fire. Now we're going to go through them as quickly as we can to finish out the comment queue. Michelle Ramirez, hashtag KJB. Will there be heavy rain in Tampa between 2 and 4 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, Patricia Ramsey, hashtag AJB, hashtag Amanda. How far north will the possibility of tornado watches go? I'm in South Carolina.
Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center has that slight risk kind of all the way up through at least the coastal Carolinas this afternoon. So kind of stay aware to your local news station there in case a warning is issued for you.
Stephanie Hickman, hashtag Hey Amanda, hashtag Hey Leigh. How will Clearwater look today at 3 o'clock?
Clearwater is going to be drying out by 3 p.m. I think the last of the severe potential will be moving through Clearwater at about 3.
All right, 4 more here. D, hashtag Hey Amanda. How's it going to be in Spring Hill?
Same sort of story here. Conditions improving after about 2 p.m. in Spring Hill, D. The severe threat will be kind of coming to a close at about 2 p.m., but the light showers are going to continue to stream in off the Gulf.
Rihanna, hashtag Hey JB. Lots of Halloween festivities this weekend. What's the weather conditions for tomorrow night? That being, of course, Friday night. That's the Stones concert. What temps can we expect?
No severe weather here, but temperature-wise, it's going to be turning cooler. We're talking about temperatures dropping into the 60s, so we are going to have breezy conditions and cooler temperatures both Friday and Saturday.
Last 2, Karen Scarborough, hashtag HJB. What will it be like around downtown Disney? Downtown Disney going to get any severe weather?
Yeah, so right now, actually downtown Disney raining very hard with that thunderstorm over the Orlando area, but these lines of storms are going to make their way through Orlando, downtown Disney this afternoon, probably between 2 and about 5 p.m.
And the final one is perhaps one of the most important ones. You know, we didn't talk about Tampa International. Hashtag Hey Amanda from Rain Berry here. How about the airport expected to fly out at noon? Will the rain be gone? If you're flying out around noon or even 1, 2 o'clock, what's it going to be like?
You may get out of there at noon. I don't think you're going to see any canceled flights. You might see some short delays while the heaviest rain. That's my alarm going off for the midday show here coming up. But the heaviest rain could delay a couple of flights there while the pilots kind of wait out the gustiest winds. I don't think we're going to see any cancellations, though.
That alarm going off on Amanda's phone means that she needs to run, everybody. We'll have more coverage coming up after the midday show. So this afternoon, more live coverage, more of your comments as these storms get a little bit closer to the Tampa Bay area. As they hit, as they arrive, we'll be live here on WFLA Now to break down exactly what we're seeing. If there's any tornado warnings that get issued, any severe weather threats here, particularly in the Tampa Bay area, we'll let you know about it here with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly and the rest of our Max Defender 8 team. Catch Amanda Holly, everybody, coming up on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station here in Tampa Bay. And for the latest, it's on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. We'll be back in a couple hours, folks.
Storms making their way through the Tampa Bay area. We have a couple of tornado warnings that were just issued, one for South Tampa and then another one in Sarasota County. So we'll go to the one that was issued first in South Tampa here. This one goes until about 1:45, I do believe, and it was a confirmed waterspout moving across the bay that moved onshore. And that waterspout would now be a tornado because it would be over South Tampa, basically over MacDill Air Force Base at this time. Now, the radar is not as tight as it was just a few minutes ago, so that's some good news. That does indicate some weakening, but we're looking right here. Again, this is downtown Tampa, this is South Tampa, and this is the MacDill Air Force Base, and we're looking where these greens and reds come together. That's where the rotation would actually be. The tornado warning, obviously, in this flashing red box here. Now, these storms have been moving off to the northeast very quickly this afternoon and this morning as well. This is all associated with a strong cold front moving through the area. We've had a tornado watch in effect for the entire Tampa Bay area because we've had the ingredients there for quick spin-up tornadoes. This is the second tornado that was just issued from the National Weather Service, and this is down in Sarasota County. You can see Venice here. This does not include downtown Sarasota. This is actually east of I-75 and north of I-75 in southern Sarasota. You can see this one isolated cell racing off to the northeast here. It's actually going to make its way quickly into southern Manatee County. Again, a couple of tornado warnings that we are tracking with this strong cold front passing through the Tampa Bay area. This is one particular product that we look at from our Max Defender 8 radar here, and you can actually see where the rotation is located. It puts the spin right on the map for you. This is north of the I-75 corridor here. This is South Power Line Trail, right over Tiger Marsh Trail here, moving off to the northeast very quickly. So if you live near the Tiger Marsh Trail Road, you should be in your safe place, and it is going to pass through again very fast. This is actually headed up towards State Road 72. That would be Clark Road way out into the eastern Sarasota County, and then it's going to pass into southern Manatee County. That's the second tornado that we're tornado warning that we are watching. Again, the first one still in effect for the MacDill Air Force Base area. This one is actually basically racing out of the tornado warning box. The product that we're looking at again here is the rotation. And we just got a new scan in. That last scan, though, looked like it had a water spout right over the bay. This does not look like it is over land anymore, over MacDill Air Force Base. It actually looks like it's just south of the downtown Tampa area. See those greens kind of racing off to the northeast. That would be the rotation kind of moving very quickly. At this moment, it is over the bay, so that's some good news. It's not over land, but if it holds together, it is going to be impacting portions of the southeastern communities here near Port Sutton. Here's Gibsonton right in between here. They would be racing off toward the northeast. These storms, again, moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. They've been moving very quickly this morning. We haven't seen any severe weather up until this point. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for northern portions of Hillsborough County, as well as Pasco County. Central Pasco County, very torrential rain. We're also seeing some significant lightning, as well as some very gusty winds. Those gusts up to 60 miles per hour are possible within that severe thunderstorm. But again, a couple of tornado warnings that are the main focus that we are watching right now here using Max Defender 8 radar. We're tracking this entire line of storms. It's a cold front making its way through. So we continue to track it. We do have this slight risk for severe weather in the forecast today. These storms develop very quickly, and they're moving off. They're racing off to the northeast. That's a live sweep of Max Defender 8 radar. You can see the heaviest rain here actually starting to make its way out of Citrus County. Central portions of Hernando County still dealing with significant amount of lightning and torrential rain right over the I-75 corridor in Hernando County. But again, moving out very quickly. Coastal sections of Hernando already dry out there. Central portions of Pasco dealing with that heavy rain and the severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning, the first tornado warning that we are tracking is still in effect for the MacDill Air Force Base. Looks like the water spout, though, that was formed over the bay moved over the Air Force Base and is now moved back over the northern sections of Tampa Bay. And We've got Leigh Spann in the background. We've also got Rebecca Berry here tracking all of these storms with us here in the Max Defender 8 Weather Center. We're tracking this tornado warning as well in Sarasota County, a very isolated storm, a singular storm there just north of the I-75 corridor. Looks like a pretty good area of rotation. I'm going to toss it on over to Rebecca, who's also tracking this with me.
We've been talking about this line of storms headed this way for over a week now, and it is here, and unfortunately it has produced those two tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warning. This one I was a little less concerned with initially just because of the fact that it was a waterspout. Those are typically much weaker. If they do register, they're usually EF0s, the weakest category of tornado, and oftentimes when the waterspouts move on shore, they dissipate very quickly, and so that's what we're potentially expecting with this area, but it's still a very active area of weather, despite the fact if it is a tornado still or if it is still a waterspout. But it's lots of heavy rain. It's moving anywhere from across the bay, clipping the southern portion of Davis Islands there, and then moving all the way into Port Sutton, all the way out to Palm River. And it gets a little lighter once you get past Palm River, but this is all tracking that way. So this is just the preview to the heavier downpours that are making their way across the bay there towards Orient Park. It's going to be very slow going on the roadways. You don't want to be caught in this particular area of the rain because it is very heavy, in addition to the potential for that wind damage. As what we're looking at right now is the heavier rain that's pushing on shore near Palm River, near Claremore City. And we are expecting anywhere from the downpours that have made their way past Seminole Heights more towards Temple Terrace, and the radar is looping, showing you how fast they're moving. When we were looking at this tornado warning, it looks like in the last, it may have been, we'll have to see if they're going to reissue it or if they're going to redraw that area, because at this point the heaviest of the storms is out of the actual warning area. And so oftentimes that means that it's racing off pretty quickly is what we're seeing out there. I'm sorry, what did you say? They dropped it? Okay, good. That is what we were hoping for. And so they dropped that tornado warning, and so we're no longer particularly concerned with that area, except for the fact that it's blinding downpours. Now our focus shifts down to Sarasota, moving into southern Manatee County, because there was radar indicated rotation. There was also a storm spotter that reported a rotating wall cloud over a neighborhood here. And so that's all what led to the National Weather Service office issuing this tornado warning. What we're looking at right now is a view that shows you where the direction that winds are moving. And what we're looking for is red is moving in one direction, green is moving in the opposite direction. And so when you're looking at that on Max Defender 8, what you're looking for the potential for rotation is where the red meets the green, because that's an indication that you may see some of those rotating winds. And so that's exactly what we're seeing on Max Defender 8 right now. And we are seeing the potential for rotation. It's moving towards State Road 72 there. It's going to cross into Manatee County. This one was moving a little bit faster at 27 miles per hour. And so we'll have to see if we get any damage reports from that. It's racing off towards southern Manatee County. It will be out of Sarasota County within about 10 minutes or so, and in southern Manatee County. It's holding together a little bit better than I thought it would when we first saw those initial scans. You can see that we're seeing that consistent red meeting green, which does indicate the potential for rotation. Now, it doesn't mean it's down at the ground level. Oftentimes these skim the tops of trees, but we are concerned with this area. If you are in this neighborhood and if you're in the path of the system, that is the time to get to your safe space. And safe spaces are rooms without windows. We're talking bathrooms, we're talking closets. Windows are the problem with storms like this, and the potential for flying glass and damage associated with that. Taking a wider look now so you can see the entire area. This is the line of storms that we've been talking about headed our way well over a week now, that ahead of a cold front, and we've got the potential for severe storms. We have a tornado warning down in Sarasota County. It's moving into southern Manatee County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. It stretches through northern Hillsborough, but it's mostly a Pasco County issue right now. And so over along I-75, we're getting the blinding downpours moving up into Hernando. They've got a ton of lightning associated with that one. When we talked about the threats for today, we are worried about lightning. We're worried about wind gusts. We've gotten some wind gusts reported in that upper 40s mile per hour range. We've even gotten a 50 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gust. And so even though we've got the storms pushing through, you still may have to deal with windier conditions in addition to what we're seeing that the thunderstorms are adding to that. And so this line is moving pretty quickly, around 20 to 30 miles per hour, depending on the different parts of the storm. Our southern portion seemed to be moving a little bit more quickly. This area was moving at 27 miles per hour. It's all associated with the cold front. It's a very powerful and strong cold front. It produced some severe weather back out over the southeast before it reached our area, and now as it moves onshore, it's a typical scenario for us with cold fronts and storms that are sliding onshore. Think about it. It's out over the ocean. There's no friction at all, or very little friction, and then it starts to move on land, and it starts to encounter buildings and trees and terrain, and that creates a lot of friction, and sometimes that will aid in these spin-up tornadoes right as they're pushing on shore, and that's what we're seeing with that particular area of rotation. It's a tornado warning down in Sarasota, moving into Manatee. It's mostly in Manatee County right now. We just got one of those updated radar scans. We've got the ability to see through the storms with Max Defender 8, and that's what we're doing with this storm right here in Sarasota, moving into Manatee County. We're able to see that rotation. So what we're looking for here is where red meets green, and it's moving right over Highway 72 right now, crossing into Manatee County next. This is that corner of northern Sarasota and southern Manatee County, and it's moving right over the roadway there. So we're probably going to see a bit of tree damage in this area, and we could see some damage to roofs as well. This is State Highway 72. It's moving closer to Slide Road and Sugar Bowl Road. That's an area of concern. This is racing at about 27 miles per hour. It's going to pass over Harrison Road as well, and so it looks like this is one of the more rural locations just by looking at the map. And so what we're seeing is that this system is not going to cross over too many houses, which is good news. But unfortunately, we're probably going to see quite a bit of tree damage there, especially along the roadways. Sometimes power lines are affected by rotation like this. We're still seeing that indication of rotation where the red meets the green. That means wind is moving in one direction and meeting wind that is moving in the other direction. This is well south of Mayaca City. It's probably not going to hold together too much longer, but we're continuing to track it. Notice when we look at where the rotation is versus the rain does seem to be out ahead of that area of stronger storms and heavier downpours. And right now, meteorologist Amanda Holly's joining us with more.
Yeah, just continuing to watch the chat that we have from the National Weather Service. We have the ability to kind of talk back and forth with them. They let us know what they're watching so that we can relay the message to you at home. They're continuing to track that isolated thunderstorm down here that's in Sarasota, passing off into Manatee County there. Again, racing off to the northeast. It's kind of outrunning the warning box, if you will. The warning on this is still in effect. That rotation is still there as it's moving into southern portions of Manatee County. But I did want to take a look at the rest of the line of storms. We actually don't, a severe thunderstorm warning wasn't issued, but a strong thunderstorm advisory was issued, if you will, for central portions of Hernando and Pasco County, again, for those wind gusts up to about 50 miles per hour. So just because this whole line isn't severe at this point doesn't mean you're not going to see some very gusty winds, the torrential rain, the lightning moving through as well. Again, it's all part of a cold front that's going to move through as we go into the afternoon, and we do have a slight risk for severe weather as this front passes. So I'm going to walk you through the timing for the rest of the day, because as the front continues to move through, we're going to keep this chance for an isolated quick spin up tornado in the forecast. This is where the line of storms is going to be located as we get toward the 3 and 4 o'clock hour. It's going to continue to pass off to the southeast. Again, the cold front kind of lingering back here. A couple of isolated downpours will redevelop behind this main line, but I'm not expecting severe weather behind this main line. As we get into the evening hours, that line continues to push south, and then as we talk about the 7, 8 o'clock hour, it really should be exiting the Highlands County area with just some redeveloping downpours behind that main line. And even as the cold front passes, we're going to be tracking some light showers moving in from the Gulf of Mexico, but the severe threat will be over as we head towards 6 and 7 p.m. this evening as the cold front passes. The rain that's in the forecast for later on tonight, Friday, and into Saturday isn't going to be severe. It's just going to be some light showers passing. Again, the severe threat is ongoing right now as that cold front passes. That's why we have a significant chance for rain this afternoon, but the rain chances on Friday and into Saturday are much, much lower for just some isolated showers passing through. So we'll get back to Max Defender 8 radar for you to give you an update again on where these strongest thunderstorms are located. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for central portions of Pasco County. And this red here that you're looking at on Max Defender 8 radar right now, torrential rain. It's moving very quickly, but because it's dumping so much rain, we're likely seeing ponding on the roadways here. And it's right over the I-75 corridor, so keep that in mind if you're headed out and about over the next couple of hours. The traffic traffic probably moving a little bit slower because of these wet roads and the wind. Now, this is just rainfall estimates here over the past 6 hours, and this is just really just as the past couple of hours as this storm kind of moved through. We picked up an inch of rain in Newport Richey, just under an inch in Tarpon Springs there, just about a quarter of an inch near Bayonet Point. So all of those darker greens are about 3/4 of an inch. We've also got about a good swath of 3/4 of an inch here in inland portions of Hillsborough County, a little bit lower amounts as you go into central portions of downtown, but you can see we had a good thunderstorm move through early this morning before just right around sunrise, and that's what kind of developed this line of some heavier amounts there where we picked up about a quarter of an inch. When this is all said and done, can't rule out areas seeing about a half an inch to an inch of rain. Not really worried about significant long-term flooding because we could actually use the rain. We could not use, though, the severe threat, which is ongoing. This tornado warning still in effect. Going to check my chat here from the National Weather Service. No updates from them at this time, but just by looking at Max Defender 8 radar, again, we're looking at the rotation, the wind speeds, the directions that those winds are traveling, and it does still look like there is an area of rotation right on the edge of that tornado warning box, right on the border there of southern Manatee County, and this is Sarasota County, a very rural area passing right over State Road 72. And even our rotation indicator still picking up on that very small area of rotation where an isolated tornado could be on the ground. This is radar indicated, but we have had some reports of some rotating clouds, and we had that report of the water spout in the bay. So certainly the conditions are there for us to see these quick spin up, quick moving tornadoes this afternoon. Again, all associated with this cold front. And zooming out again with that sheer product on the screen, again, there's some stronger winds embedded within this severe thunderstorm warning. That's where we could see those wind gusts potentially between 50 and 60 miles per hour. You can see a couple of small areas of green on the screen. What this product does, it detects rotation, but it also detects some really strong winds. And that's what we're looking at right now in northern portions of Hillsborough County and southern portions of Pasco County, just off of I-75 here. This is exactly where we're looking at. Leigh's drawn on our arrows for us to give you a better... Yep. Oh, that was a new scan that just came in. Looks like a couple of those areas still existing. Again, very strong wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles per hour. That's why that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. Now, again, the whole line of storms passing through Tampa Bay this afternoon, not all of it severe, but we're all dealing with the gusty winds and the torrential rain as it moves through. It's kind of breaking up. The southern end of this line is breaking up. That's not necessarily a good thing because when we have these isolated cells, it's a little easier for those isolated tornadoes to spin up, just like we're seeing in that cell right there. Just checking on our National Weather Service chat there. I assume that they will either extend that warning out for us or expire it here over the next few minutes. Technically, it did go until about 1:45, so about 3.5 more minutes of that or so. But the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:45 as well. That will likely stay ongoing because of this torrential rain and these gusty winds. And notice even out behind this main line of storms, we've got a lot of rain out in the Gulf of Mexico. That's not necessarily severe, but that's just going to be some light, pesky rain moving through as we go through the afternoon. And again, you can see it is all associated with that cold front. We had a warm front lift north of our area this morning. That's why it's muggy and warm out there right now. But we are seeing this line of storms moving through right now, and that is all associated with the cold front that is passing through. It is drying out behind it, and there will be some clearing, but it's not going to be completely clear as we head into Friday and into Saturday. We're going to continue to see some kind of gloomy sprinkle conditions, if you will, drizzly conditions on Saturday. I know Rebecca and I have been tracking that potential all week long, really, the potential for kind of a gloomier Saturday. But not going to be a washout, right, Rebecca?
Exactly. We are a little worried about your weekend forecast. I wanted to circle back with you to the Sarasota, Manatee County area. This warning expires in about 3 minutes. The rotation's looking a little looser. I just communicated with our Sarasota reporter, Allison Henning, and she's checking her contacts for any damage reports for us. And if there is anything, she's going to head that way and check it out for us. What we're looking at right here is the potential for rotation, and it does look a little less intense than it did earlier when we were looking at these radar scans. That doesn't mean that that we're not still seeing the potential for some damage here, but you can see how it's degrading over the last few radar scans. And so the National Weather Service is looking at this. They're looking at any other images or reports that they're getting on the ground. This is an indication where we may still see rotation and strong winds. And so let's take that down to the street level while we finish out this tornado warning and figure out if it's going to be reissued or not, because this is Harrison Road right here. This is Farm Road, and this is the area that we're seeing the strongest winds and the potential for rotation. And this will continue to track off at about 30 miles per hour. It's moving very fast, and it's tracking off towards the northeast. We just got an update in, Rebecca.
Okay, perfect. They did expire that tornado warning for Manatee and Sarasota.
That's excellent news. Thank you so much.
So we are no longer in the threat for a tornado is not on the ground at the moment, but we again still have the threat for that potential as we head into the afternoon. A tornado watch remains in effect for our entire area until 5 p.m. Again, that is as this cold front passes through. This tornado watch means that the ingredients are there. We're going to be watching Max Defender 8 radar for the rest of the day as this line of storms kind of moves off to the southeast. And we will be back on here on your live programming if another warning is issued. But for now, we're going to send it back to your regular programming.
And so we're going to return you to your regularly scheduled programming in about 90 seconds. I just wanted to summarize that we still do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It's very heavy rain in Pasco County right now in northern Hillsborough. I-75 will be slow going. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that we're seeing some accidents out on the roadways because these are blinding downpours. The next line to watch right here is moving through northern Sarasota County and Manatee. We're seeing some lightning popping with that one in northern Sarasota County, and oftentimes lightning is an excellent indication whether a storm is getting stronger or whether a storm is getting weaker. We're seeing a lot of lightning, but it's exiting Pasco County right now, so we love to see that. The entire area is under a tornado watch until 5 o'clock, but I think the threat of tornadoes will be out of our area a little faster than that because it's the leading edge of these storms that we get the spin-up areas like we just saw down in Sarasota and Manatee counties, like we saw earlier across the bay with that water spout that pushed across MacDill Air Force Base. And so that's why we're here this afternoon checking in on, we're keeping a close eye on this radar, and if you are in an area that goes under a severe thunderstorm warning, you can always take your phone with you and watch us online at WFLA.com, or you can track along with our Max Defender 8 app. It provides this radar right here in the palm of your hand, the ability to see through those storms, to see where the worst of the weather is, and that's one thing that you can download it for free in the App Store. We will cut back in if we see anything dangerous out on the radar. Thank you so much. We're returning you to your regularly scheduled programming.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here is JB Biunno.
Just in, tornado warnings being issued across the Tampa Bay area, and the situation evolving here as a cold front bringing in severe weather to the viewing area here at WFLA News Channel 8. We're live here with the latest. Let's send things right over to Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly here live on WFLA Now. Amanda, what are we seeing here?
Well, you know, we've got this cold front passing through the Tampa Bay area, and we have the chance to see these isolated quick spin-up tornadoes. We've already had a couple of warnings. Those have since expired, but we just had a brand new warning issued for central portions of Sarasota County. It's actually going to be passing into Manatee County, and then if it holds together, it would continue off to the northeast. But right now, this warning that we're looking at is kind of that flashing red box in the center of your screen at the very end of the loop there. That is the warning that we are looking at. It goes until 2:15, and again, this is in effect for central portions of north central portions of Sarasota County, northeastern Manatee County, and west central portions of Hardee County. Again, that's the kind of the cell that's developing on the center portion of your screen. This is east of I-75 in Sarasota. This is now to the north of the Lake Sarasota area, passing over Fruitville. And again, this will be passing into the southern sections of central sections of Manatee County. This one actually has some pretty good rotation indicated by radar. This is not a visual tornado. Nobody has seen this tornado on the ground, but it is radar indicated. So that means a tornado could be on the ground right where all of that lightning is. That's usually a really good indication of where we could see the tornado actually on the ground. So we're kind of zoomed in right now. The product that you're looking at are those wind speeds and the directions, and it's the differing colors that you see next to each other, the greens next to the reds. That means that those winds are moving in opposite directions. And if you think about a pencil, if you spin it one way and your hands are going the other way, you get that rotation. And when we have these severe storms, sometimes that rotation can make its way toward the ground. We certainly do have those ingredients in the air right now as this cold front is passing through for these quick spin-up tornadoes. You can see some times of arrival there of that area of rotation. With this latest scan, it doesn't look as tight, if you will. That's what we call areas of rotation. Tighter areas of rotation indicate a better defined area of rotation. So again, passing off to the northeast, this is going to make its way into central portions of Manatee County here. This is racing off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Again, you can see those white lines. Those are actually lightning strikes, and again, that's a very good indication that we have some churning of the atmosphere, if you will. All of those particles in the thunderstorm clouds are kind of hitting each other, and they're creating charges, and we get that lightning. And we can see the area of rotation a little bit better as well as it's picked out on Max Defender 8. So we continue to track this. We have constant communication back and forth with the National Weather Service, and they continue to track this as well. They're the ones who actually officially issue the warnings, and we're able to relay that information for you. So I actually know that my mom lives right in this area, and she said that it got really, really windy, and then it got really calm. But this area is now making its way off into the northeastern sections of Sarasota, and you can really see the greens and the reds next to each other there, JB.
Let's get to some of the comments that are coming in. Where you're watching from, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, of course, first and foremost, safety is paramount. You want to make sure that you are listening to the warnings and the advisories that are being issued for wherever you are joining us from. So if you need to be in your safe spot, that is something that you need to be doing right now. We will, of course, keep you posted with all the latest warnings and watches as we're here live on WFLA Now. But if you are in a safe spot and you can give us an idea as to what's going on, where you're watching from, we can animate your comment on screen with hashtag Hey Amanda, hashtag Hey JB. You see them here in the yellow stripes on the bottom of your screen. So let's get to some of the comments that are coming in. And we have Jessica Corbin, hashtag Hey JB, coming down in buckets in Sumter County, according to Jessica. Amanda.
Yeah, and Sumter is not under a tornado warning. You're just seeing that torrential rain, the really gusty winds as well. The tornado warning is just in effect for the area of rotation that we're looking at is just off to the northeast of Lake Sarasota there on your screen.
They're already starting to see sun in East Clearwater, according to Jessany Scripter, hashtag Hey Amanda. We only got a little light rain here in East Clearwater. Sun is shining now. So this is, of course, this is what happens. It blows over and you're going to get sunshine eventually. Yeah,
these line of storms has moved through really quick. Right at 2 o'clock, we expected the Nature Coast and coastal sections of Pinellas to be clearing out.
Jesse, thanks a lot for your comment, and we're going to try our very best. Everybody give us a moment here.
I just want to talk about the warning on screen right now.
I'm going to get more comments. They're coming in.
That green and the red that you see right in the middle of that green, this is a product that we use with Max Defender 8 radar, and it picks out the areas of rotation. And even if we don't see rotation here, there are actually some very strong winds, some potentially damaging winds. And this is headed right toward the Verna area, right on the border of Sarasota and Manatee County. This is well to the east of Lakewood Ranch. So I know Lakewood Ranch portions of you are under the actual tornado warning, but where the tornado could be on the ground is to the east of you. This is going to be moving toward the Verna area. So if you live in Verna or around this area, you should be in your safe space, and that is again in an interior room of your house, kind of away from windows. Bathrooms are always good. They have kind of a little bit more of a reinforced structure.
We're going to get some more comments and questions going here, everybody live on WFLA Now, but what I'm going to try to do here, everybody bear with me. Amanda, we have some video here of a water spout. Can you talk a little bit about the water spout as I cue up this video that we're going to show our audience?
Yeah, so the water spout was actually a confirmed water spout that moved ashore near MacDill Air Force Base just a little while ago. That was the first set of tornado warnings that we had issued about an hour ago, a little bit less than an hour ago, and it was a water spout that developed over the bay. It's a little easier for tornadoes to develop over water. There's a little less friction. And it's a little easier for them to develop. Typically, when they hit land, they dissipate very fast, but we did have some video of a waterspout over the bay moving toward MacDill Air Force Base earlier, which is why the National Weather Service prompted that tornado warning for portions of South Tampa just about an hour ago. And look at that.
Hold on, I'm making it larger so we can see it. And
yeah, it's a great video there. So that's exactly why the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning earlier. Obviously, visual evidence. The tornado warning that we have in effect right now is just radar indicated. But this was a weather spotter, actually.
Yeah, Chris, let's give a big shout out to Chris Hill sending in this video to WFLA.com and the WFLA app. Chris, thanks. And again, as a reminder, if you need to be in a place that is your safe spot right now, depending on where you're watching from, you need to be in that safe spot. Don't be worrying about sending in videos or pointing outside your front window or your back porch. Make sure that, of course, you are in your safe spot. But for folks that do want to send in something that they have on their phones, be sure to send it in to WFLA.com, the WFLA app. So let's really dissect what we're seeing here. A lot of boats in the foreground as this water spout is here in the background. Again, let's see. This is coming in from St. Pete, right? St. Pete. So what exactly is there a threat here with this particular water spout, or what are we seeing in this video?
This was about an hour ago. The threat with this particular water spout is no longer, this has moved ashore, it has dissipated, but it was a significant water spout moving across the bay. And water spouts can do damage as well. If that was a little bit closer near those boats, there would be significant damage. I haven't heard of reports of damage just yet. Those usually come in a little bit later. We'll be watching for those, especially for our evening newscasts here. But water spouts can cause damage out on the water as well. They just typically get a little bit weaker once they hit land, and they don't normally hold together, but they can.
Let's get to some of the comments that are coming in. Let's go back to Max Defender 8. And show you, everybody, what's going on here in the Tampa Bay area. A lot of activity here on Max Defender 8 radar. And let's get to some of the questions and comments that are coming in. Use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyAmanda. Let us know where you're watching from. Be safe. Let us know what's going on outside where you are right now. Let's see from Nancy Franklin. When it animates, and hopefully it will. And we might have to, let's see where our comments went. It might have gotten hidden behind some video. But I think if I hit a couple buttons here, we'll get comments back on screen. And there it is. Nancy Franklin, hashtag HeyAmanda. Lots of rain and wind here in Wesley Chapel.
Yeah, conditions, though, should be improving there in Wesley Chapel here at any time. The significant weather for portions of Citrus, Pasco, Hernando County, Pinellas County included, and we're starting to see clearing in Hillsborough as well as this cold front kind of makes its way through. But lots of rain and wind at the moment in Wesley Chapel. You should be seeing some clearing over the next few minutes.
How about Aaron Huey, hashtag HJB, Lakeland beginning to rain with high winds? What are we
Lakeland,
talking about? Central Polk County now.
Lakeland not out of the woods just yet. We're actually just starting to see that initial line making its way into Polk County, which would include Lakeland. You're going to expect to see the torrential rains move in very fast. They're not going to last very long, but they are going to move in, dump a lot of rain. The winds will get really gusty. Nothing severe at the moment in Lakeland.
Amanda, I know you're monitoring comments as well. If you want to shout out any commenters, you can.
Actually, I'm using my phone to check out Max Defender 8 radar.
Well, then you handle radar, I'll handle comments. Hashtag HJB, hashtag HeyAmanda. Brittany Phillips. Joining us from Iowa, but curious here, and we can answer this question, hashtag HeyJB, how common are tornadoes in Florida?
Tornadoes incredibly common here in the Tampa Bay area and in all of Florida, actually. We see a significant amount of tornadoes year-round because, well, we get cold fronts like this that come in, they produce water spouts, they move on shore, and we have the ingredients once in a while to produce tornadoes, though typically we don't see the tornadoes that the Great Plains see. We don't have the EF4s, the EF5s on our tornado days, if you will. Typically our tornadoes are a little bit weaker, but we do get a lot of them.
A lot of comments coming in. You're being added to the queue if you use hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyAmanda with your comment or your question in the Facebook Live comment section. We'll try to access some folks on YouTube here in a moment. Linda Barber, hashtag HeyJB, joining us from Tampa. Should I move? Has a disabled brother. So what can we say for Linda in Tampa?
Tampa, there are no tornado warnings anymore in effect for the Tampa area, so you are okay there. We're actually just looking at this warning that's on the center of your screen that is just about to move into central Manatee County, and there is very strong indications of rotation within this storm, again in Sarasota and Manatee, not in Tampa.
Linda, thanks for your comment. Teresa Ann, will this be heading over Moccasin Wallow east of 75 in Parish? Is the question for Teresa Ann.
Nope. This is off to the east of Parish, and you should be okay there.
And Lisa Garros, hashtag HeyAmanda, how long until Pasco County is in the clear? Lots of standing water here and at least one tree limb down. Also, we should try to find out, maybe a member of our team could find out. Daisy, perhaps maybe we could just look into any power outages coming in, if there's any signs of any power outages coming in. Alexis, I know, is listening as well. Maybe that's something we can just find out, our team here at WFLA.
Depends where you're at in Pasco County there, Lisa. The western sections, coastal sections, if you're west of I-75 in Pasco County, it's actually really clear. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect earlier, though, and we had a very strong thunderstorm move through central portions of Pasco, which brought those really strong winds, which could have brought down that tree. Now, if you're east of I-75 in Pasco County, we're still dealing with that with the heavy rain, but it's not severe at the moment.
Next question comes in, and that one was from Lisa. We've got torrential rain in Wesley Chapel, according to Pamela McGrath. Wesley Chapel getting mentioned a lot here in our comments, Amanda.
Yeah, torrential rain in Wesley Chapel. Like I said earlier, it is going to be improving. Conditions will be improving here over the next 30 minutes in Wesley Chapel, and the heaviest rain will be over.
And the other one that's also coming in bunches is from Amber Rowe here, hashtag HJB. What about Lakeland, Florida? Again, talking about central Polk County right now.
Lakeland is starting to see that initial line of some very heavy rain, but it's not severe at the moment. But some torrential rain is certainly going to be moving in.
Again, we'll show this video for those of you just joining us. This is the water spout about an hour ago. St. Pete, big thanks to Chris Hill for sending this video along. Clearly, this is not what you want to see outside of whether it's your apartment building, your home, your place of business. It's an ominous-looking waterspout, and this was, again, about an hour ago and off the waters there of Pinellas County. Let's get to Kelly Cameron, #KJB, #Hey Amanda, some serious wind gusts in Winter Haven. Winter Haven, Florida is getting some wind, according to Kelly.
Yeah, even outside of this rain right now, we're seeing a lot of gusty winds across the Tampa Bay area. Outside of the rain, those winds are starting to pick up, and they're going to stay gusty as we head into tonight, even after all of this passes. JB, I'm going to ask you to go back to Weather 1 if you can for me.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so I just want to note where the two areas that we're actually watching at this point. So we have one tornado warning in effect. The main tornado possible on the ground is actually passing off into Manatee County, but I'm watching this area on the south end of this warning that's kind of moving back over the Bee Ridge and 75 area, just off to the east of 75. There is another area, a little bit of some rotation there, but the main area of rotation that we're looking at is that red area in the mix of the green. That's kind of where our Max Defender 8 radar product is detecting the strongest rotation, and you can kind of see it's right on the corner of Sarasota and Manatee County near the Verna area, just north of Old Mayaca City, and Mayaca. You guys are not in the actual warning. The threat is to the north of you. But if you live on Verna Road, if you live on Mayaca City Road, if you live on Crosby Road, 67th Avenue, you should definitely be in your safe space. This is actually a very strongly indicated rotation, and it does look like a tornado could be on the ground. So I want you in your safe space. Let's
just kind of go over really quickly while we can. Again, we're going to take we got some information coming in here from Daisy. Tico, about 1,300 affected in South Tampa power-wise. 770 Duke customers in Pinellas, and really less than a non-existent number for as far as Lakeland Electric. So that's some of the power outage numbers. Minimal right now, could increase in the minutes ahead here. Amanda Holly, JB Biunno. Let's reset. We're going to take more. Folks, if wherever you're joining us from, let us know where the weather is, where you are. Be safe first and foremost, but you can use #Hey Amanda, #KJB, and we'll feature your questions, your comments here on screen. But Amanda, let's just kind of reset for a second. The current warnings that are in effect, what are they, and when are they set to expire?
We actually just had a new tornado warning issued as you were tossing to me, JB. Now they've kind of extended this warning, if you will. They'll probably expire that bigger box, and this new warning is only in effect for Manatee County. The threat is over for Sarasota County. So you can kind of see just off to the west of Mayaca City on your screen, in between Lakewood Ranch and Mayaca City. That's where the threat for a tornado is at this moment. And we just got more information in from the National Weather Service. Again, this is radar indicated rotation, so we have the ability to kind of look into the storm to detect where the winds are rotating the strongest, and exactly where is circled on your screen is where we could have a tornado on the ground. So this new warning now goes until 2:30 for east central Manatee, and it's moving quickly. It's moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. So again, it's going to pass off just to the north of Mayaca City. If you live in the outskirt edges of Mayaca City, on the northern edges of Mayaca City, I would probably get into your safe space. But this is a very well-defined area of rotation that we're looking at on Max Defender 8 radar right now. So this is likely a tornado on the ground that Max Defender 8 radar is detecting. So you want to move into an interior room of your house if you can. And again, even outside of all of this, we're tracking those showers and thunderstorms moving through. It's all part of a cold front that's making its way through. We told you for the past couple of days that the ingredients would be there for us to have severe weather today. We've seen a severe thunderstorm warning pass through portions of Pasco County, and we've had a few tornado warnings in effect right now as well.
All right, a lot of questions and a lot of comments coming in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section, live across social media platforms, including Facebook and YouTube. Let's take this one from YouTube. Dark Magician on YouTube, #KJB, #Hey Amanda. I'm watching from Dallas, Texas, but I'm worried about my girlfriend and her family. They are visiting Orlando. Will there be a tornadic storm near Orlando, is the question from Dark Magician on YouTube.
So we don't have anything tornadic right now in Orlando, but this same cold front is making its way through Orlando there. But nothing no tornadoes at the moment. Is there a possibility that a quick spin-up tornado could move through the area as this front passes? Yes, but nothing is imminent.
Let's get to the next one, and talking about Jacksonville is Donald Tyler, #AJB. Will this be near Jacksonville? Jacksonville, a potentially, that's northeast. That's way far away from here, at least as far as regionally here in Florida. So what about Jacksonville?
So Jacksonville has been dealing with some severe thunderstorms actually for the past several hours, but they're starting to clear out and dry out at the moment.
How about Amber McNeil, #AJB? What temps are we going to see after this rain? It's going to get cooler. This is a cold front.
This is a cold front making its way through. Temperatures are going to slowly kind of fall overnight tonight. It'll still be mild tomorrow morning, but it's not really going to warm up too much tomorrow afternoon with highs only in the upper 70s.
Appreciate the comment there, Amber. Let's get to Ruth, #Amanda, asking about Auburndale.
So Auburndale's in the same boat there as Lakeland. We're kind of tracking the line moving into Polk County right now, this cold front, the line of storms. And the conditions are going to slowly go downhill. Now, the line of storms moving into Polk County doesn't look as significant as the tornado warning that we're tracking in Manatee County right now, but that doesn't mean we can't see a quick spin up, but nothing is severe.
We were talking earlier about how I did not bring lunch. I should have brought lunch today. I did not bring lunch. I did order on Uber Eats, and I did get my order in right before this line of storms hit Hillsborough County. Linda Feenan, #Amanda, I do Uber Eats. Is it safe to be delivering right now? What area is the tornado? And again, we don't have a confirmed tornado at this time, and it would be a considerable amount of time. And so we just have tornado warnings and signs of rotation that we can pass along.
Yeah,
so what do we
really
say?
good signs of rotation, though. I would be surprised if there wasn't an actual tornado on the ground here, but it is in a very rural location. We're talking about inland sections of Manatee County north of Mayaca City. So this is a fairly rural area. We've got a lot of farmland out there, lots of folks with farmland where there's some horses out there. It's not a very densely populated area.
Yeah, and folks, let's remind everybody on WFLA now, a lot of the viewing area is experiencing little to no rain. Some areas already seeing a lot of sunshine. There are some areas in the Tampa Bay area right now that are getting severe weather, signs of rotation coming up here on Max Defender 8. We're live for those people to encourage safety here and making sure that if you're in one of these areas that you find your safe spot. We're live on air right now with meteorologists Rebecca Barry and Leigh Spann going through the latest, teaming up to show you the latest from Max Defender 8 radar. Of course, that S-band radar is so powerful as far as going into these storms and showing you exactly what is happening here in the Tampa Bay area. So we want to just remind folks that you can watch on TV, you can watch here online with us on WFLA Now, and you can file in your question with #AJB, #Amanda, or give us an idea as to what's happening, where you're joining us from. And we'll continue to do so with the comments that are coming in, like Brenda Glenitis, #AJB, Sarasota getting slammed off of B Ridge in Sarasota, rain coming in sideways, having thunder now, heavy rain there in Sarasota, according to Brenda.
Yeah, Sarasota, in my opinion, is getting the worst of this cold front right now, and that would include areas along B Ridge, Fruitville, Clark Road, even down into south sections of Sarasota, Venice. Torrential rain, the lightning is still occurring within these, and the gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, not out of the question, those gusts, but the tornado specifically has moved out of Sarasota County, so that's some good news.
Banning some of the trollers and some of the commenters here that are getting on my nerves. I gotta be honest, guys, we're here in a severe weather situation with, again, potential tornadoes being on the ground in the Tampa Bay area. Please quit the trolling. Please quit the spamming. It's counterproductive to the work that we're doing here at WFLA. Brenda, thanks for your comment. Melissa Saffold, #AJB, please, an update for Brooksville, Florida.
Brooksville is really clearing out now. You guys are, the severe threat is over for Citrus and Hernando County, and we are just talking about some light rain going to be possible for the next few days. The Brooksville area, though, the severe threat is pretty much over.
Angela Walker is asking about Dade City.
Dade City, similar situation. Right now, the very eastern sections of Pasco County are the only areas that are seeing the very heavy rain, but it is not severe.
And yeah, for folks commenting on just some of the trolling going on, I can ban you left and right. One button, boom, we ban you. Goodbye, see you later. This is just not the time right now for antagonistic comments. We're trying to, of course, deliver breaking news information as far as severe weather alerts that are coming in. Again, tornado warnings across the Tampa Bay area that we're trying to alert our viewers to. So let's please keep that in mind as we're trying to keep people safe out there. Here in Wesley Chapel, according to Carol now, this one just coming in seconds ago, Carol saying that in Wesley Chapel, the winds have stopped a bit there in Wesley Chapel.
Yeah, so I'm just, again, looking at Max Defender 8 radar on my phone. We've also got Max Defender 8 radar in the center of your screen, but the center of your screen is actually focused on the tornado warning right now in Manatee County. Wesley Chapel, there is a very thin line of some torrential rain and some gusty winds moving through, but it is moving out pretty quickly as well. So just as fast as it moved in, it's going to move out and conditions will be improving. But winds are going to stay gusty.
Next comment. Thanks, Carol. Debbie wants to know, are we okay in the St. Pete Beach area?
St. Pete Beach, the severe threat is mainly over at this time. I will say that there is a redeveloping line, a very thin line of some downpours that will move through, but I'm not expecting severe weather with that, and that will probably happen over the next 30 minutes.
Relin wants to know about Seffner.
Seffner, similar situation here. Mostly clearing at this time. Can't rule out some passing downpours as we go into the afternoon, though.
Thanks a lot, Relin, for your comment. I think this is, yeah, we're getting to Valrico now with this next comment, and it comes in from Chamelia Lewis, hashtag HeyJB. Any update on if there's anything touching down near Crosby Road going through? I was just in Valrico. I've very, very, very close friends in Valrico, so I know that area well. And this is the question that just came in from Chamelia.
Nothing touching down in Valrico. There was some very heavy rain, some strong winds that moved through. There will probably be one more round of some heavy rain moving through Valrico, but nothing severe.
Heather Engelhart, hashtag HJB. Right now, just light rain here in Winter Haven. Winter Haven, a lot of viewers joining us on WFLA now from Winter Haven.
Yeah, the cold front hasn't reached central portions of Polk County yet, so keep that in mind. It's actually been very, very dry so far in Winter Haven. You're probably seeing just some light rain. It will get heavier, but it's not going to last very long. There will actually be 2 rounds of some short bursts of heavy rain in both Lakeland and in Winter Haven over the next couple of hours.
What's happening here on Max Defender 8? Our meteorologists are honing in on an area north of Mayaca City. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so this is the area of rotation that we continue to track using Max Defender 8 radar. We're actually looking into the storm, detecting the wind direction and the wind speed. The wind direction is really crucial in detecting where the actual rotation is, because we can detect where the winds are moving toward the radar site and where the winds are moving away from the radar site. And when that's happening close together, we get the rotation. That's what the greens and that's what the reds indicate. And that's what we're looking at, kind of where that circle pops up, and where the radar, if you will, is in motion at this time, and the rotation is moving off to the northeast. But this is the actual tornado warning, which is why we're kind of live here on WFLA now. We're live on WFLA on broadcast as well, because there is a threat that a tornado could actually be on the ground. Our radar products are indicating it. Right now we're looking at the rotation product, and you can see the greens and the reds in that, and those both indicate that a tornado could be on the ground. This is just going to look actually on the screen next to me here. We're looking at Oldsby Creek Road. If you live on Oldsby Creek Road, headed toward Taylor Road, you'll definitely want to be in your safe spot. This is north of Mayaca City right now in Manatee County.
Looking here at Max Defender 8 in a wide view here, Amanda, just a lot of activity here, really towards Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota, Gulfgate Estates.
We're seeing a broken line of showers and thunderstorms. That's basically what this is.
And let me just kind of stop you right there, because this being a broken line, this is why we're seeing a lot of reports of there being just not, it looks relatively somewhat normal or light rain outside. Meanwhile, in other areas, it's raining cats and dogs.
Yeah, you're probably getting a lot of different reports in the comment section right now, because not everyone, in fact, most of our area, our viewing area, is not seeing the heavy rain. The heavy rain is only falling in certain sections where this broken line of showers and thunderstorms is at. And then, of course, the threat for an isolated tornado is in a very, very small section of our entire viewing area, which stretches from Citrus County all the way down to Sarasota, Sarasota and inland to Polk and Highlands County. So not everyone's seeing the rain right now. In fact, the severe threat is ending for some of you. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco County, the severe threat really lessening as we go really in the next 30 minutes. The heaviest rain is inland, but areas like Highlands, DeSoto, Hardee County, you guys haven't even seen any rain yet, and the severe threat is still to come for you.
We have a lot of questions coming in now. They have all come in like the last 90 seconds. If you've been commenting in the last 90 seconds or so, you've been added to the queue. You can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyAmanda if you'd like your comment to be featured on screen, as we do here in WFLA Now. If you don't want your comment featured, just don't use a hashtag. We'll let your comment continue to scroll on by. Some of the ones that have just come in the last several minutes. Let's go to Patricia Horton. Hashtag HJB, is it safe to run to the grocery store right now in St. Pete?
It is, yes. You might get a quick downpour passing through, but I don't expect it to be severe.
Anita Abbey, hashtag JB, Zephyr Hills, Florida, getting some strong wind and pouring rain. We haven't talked much about Zephyr Hills.
Yeah, Zephyr Hills, and we just got a new tornado warning issued for...
Let's go over that first. We'll put away the comment. What's the new tornado warning?
So you see the new box that just popped up there on Max Defender 8 radar. I am not controlling the radar at this point. We've got meteorologists Rebecca Berry and Leigh Spann in house too, and they are the ones kind of moving the radar around. But right now we're zooming in onto the new warning. This is the same area of rotation that we have been looking at, but the National Weather Service has reissued this warning because, again, the rotation is there. It's likely that we see a tornado on the ground. This is just to the south of State Road 64 and Wauchula Road, near Parks Road, 73rd Avenue. We're looking, again, this is off to the northeast of Verna in inland Manatee County, south of State Road 64, near Wauchula Road, 73rd Avenue, and Parks Road. And
so let's tell our viewers here, if you're in this area, what do you need to be doing right now?
Yeah, you're going to want to go to your safe space. And what does that mean for us here in Florida? Well, we don't have basements, so we go into an interior room of our house. That is something that does not have windows. Hopefully, it's a closet that doesn't have any exterior walls. That's usually more reinforced. You just want to be away from those windows because of flying debris. I mean, you know, limbs are probably breaking off in some of those trees. Even if there isn't a tornado on the ground, we're seeing these very strong gusty winds, and those can break tree limbs and throw those around as well. So you want to stay away from the windows because flying glass is never good. So an interior room of your house is the best spot to be at this point.
North of Mayaca City, inland Manatee County, if you are in this area right now, listen to, of course, the Max Defender 18. You need to find a safe spot in an interior section of your home. And again, just preaching for everybody to remain safe out there. And here's the thing. These warnings continue to pop up. We've had several pop up over the course of this live stream. So if you're in this area or near this area, you might want to just keep your television on, or at least keep our live stream on. You can cast this stream to your television. You just want to stay in the know. This is an important time of day if you're in this area to be staying in the know as far as these severe lines of storms that are now rolling through the Tampa Bay area. Really quick, back to Anita, Zephyr Hills. We were talking about Zephyr Hills. What do we say?
Yeah, Zephyr Hills at this point really starting to clear out. The last of the rain is moving through. If it's not already dry in Zephyr Hills, it's going to be dry within the next, let me get back to Max Defender 8 radar here. And Zephyr Hills really will be drying out in the next 30 to 45 minutes, but nothing severe right now. It's just some rain and some gusty winds.
We have dozens of comments coming in, so let's kind of go rapid fire if we may. Anita, thanks for yours. We're going to go to Kim next. How's the weather going to be at 5 o'clock Eastern on my drive home southbound I-75 to Northport?
So right now, the worst of the weather is moving into areas like Northport in southern Sarasota County. I do think by 5 p.m., most of this is going to be to the south. There may be some lingering drizzle, but I don't think the severe threat will be ongoing at 5 o'clock. But keep in mind, the roads are going to be wet. There's probably going to be traffic on the roads, I would assume, and just plan for traffic to be slow moving at least.
I see commenters like Jennifer, Tom Columbati, Angel Swanson, a lot of folks that are joining us. We're going to try to get to as many as we can, but we're catching up on some of the comments. Let's continue pressing along in the queue. Jennifer Samai, hashtag AMAD, hashtag KJB. What about Lakewood Ranch area, State Road 70 in Lorain? About time to pick up the kids from school. Yeah, this is that time of day.
It is.
And schools might be holding on to their kids holding on to their students for a little bit longer if it's absolutely necessary.
It's probably not a bad idea for those areas in Sarasota County that are seeing the torrential rain right now in Lakewood Ranch, just off of State Road 70. There is nothing severe severe, and the tornado warning does not include you, so there's no threat of severe weather, but you know, there's still some lightning in the area and the torrential rain is ongoing. But once the rains really starts to clear out there in Lakewood Ranch, which should be shortly, you should be okay. There will likely be some heavy rain coming in behind this first main batch, though, there in Lakewood Ranch over the next hour, so keep that in mind.
Patricia, we had your comment. We'll go on next to Pam Whitaker, #AJB. How about St. Pete? We've been talking about St. Pete. What's a quick word we can say for Pam here?
You know, severe threat is over for St. Pete. We're just going to see a couple of quick passing showers making their way through over the next hour.
Pam, thanks a lot for yours. Let's get to North Brandon from Yolanda Acevedo. Cleared up in North Brandon. Light rain stopped now and winds are quiet. That's good news for North Brandon. Yeah, the main line of storms kind of passed through Brandon. The severe threat pretty much over at this point. You're just going to see some light showers for the next couple of days. Yolanda, thanks for yours. Going to Highlands County for Teresa Vicker and wanting to know, will it impact? It will impact Highlands County, Teresa. I was just talking about Highlands County, how we haven't seen really anything in Highlands County. We had a quick downpour move through early this morning, but this cold front has not arrived to you, and I would expect conditions to deteriorate by the time we get to the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Let's get to the next one. It comes in from Edward. Edward, I am not going to try your last name because I'll butcher it. #AJB. How about Northeast Polk County, Four Corners? Northeast Polk County right now, the conditions are deteriorating as we speak. The rain is getting heavier. There is lightning in the area, but nothing severe right now. So you're just going to see some gusty winds, but shouldn't cause any damage. Kimberly Bacon, #AJB. We are in Northport and just starting rain and thunder. Any chances of us seeing any? And that is the lightning emoji there from Kimberly Bacon. Emoji, actually. That's what Facebook does to the tornado emoji. No, that can't be. Is that true? It is. Yes, I used it yesterday. That's a tornado emoji? It is. I posted it yesterday, and I actually thought the same thing. I see a cloud. I see a cloud and a bolt. No? But it kind of swirls a little bit. Wow. Hey, Facebook or whoever. There's a. Anyway, the lightning emoji is a bolt. You're right. It is a bolt. So and this is a tornado. You're using the cloud, the thunderstorm, I believe there's raindrops with it as well, if I'm not mistaken. It might sound like a small thing, but with how much people communicate with emojis these days, us being able to distinguish between lightning and tornadoes, it's pretty important. So thank you, Kimberly, for at least bringing that up. Yes, there is a possibility. The kind of the strongest storms are still coming into the Northport area, so keep that in mind. There is still a tornado watch in effect for the entire Sarasota County area, which includes Northport, until 5 p.m. Alyssa Curry, #AJB, #Amanda. Any threat to the Ellenton area? Ellenton, the threat is over at this point. You're just going to see some quick passing showers. Thanks a lot for your comment. And we'll go to Taylor Rose Parslow. Orlando is Orlando on deck for a lot of this activity? Orlando is on deck for a lot of this activity, and it's just getting some light rain at this time, but the heaviest rain is really imminent. We're seeing a lot of lightning in the area, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me check and see if this actually includes Orlando. I just want to. This includes Western Seminole County and East Central Florida, Southern Lake County, and as well as Northwestern Orange County. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning, so just keep that in mind. But this that is for gusts up to 60 miles per hour as well. But this whole line kind of passing over Orlando. So even if there's no severe weather, you're getting the torrential rain, you're getting the lightning, and the threat is there for a quick spin-up tornado. Right now, not going to last all evening. Taylor, thanks a lot for yours, and we'll go to Chantel, #AJB. What about Manatee County? Yeah. Manatee County, right now. Let's talk about Manatee County specifically, Amanda. Yeah, let's get an update here on this tornado warning. That is kind of why we're on stream right now, is the tornado warning is still in effect for Manatee County. This is inland Manatee County, and you're looking at the rotation on your screen. So near Myakka Head, if you live in Myakka Head on Wauchula Road, right near State Road 64, that is where the rotation that we have been watching very closely. That's where the tornado could be on the ground. This is radar indicated, and you're looking at the indication right there. This is a product that detects that rotation and the strong winds, and it is detecting that there could be a tornado on the ground near
64 in Myakka Head. This is just south of Duet. Duet, you are not included in this warning, but you can see all of the lightning, the torrential rain. This is going to be something that you're not going to see. So don't go outside if you're in this area, because it's going to be what we call rain wrapped. It's not going to be outside of the rain, so you can't get any pictures. It's just kind of covered by the rain because it's so torrential. So make sure you're moving into a safe spot inside your house.
Next one comes in from, and let's get back to the comments. That yeah, Chantel, thank you, because that was a good opportunity for us to break down Manatee.
Chantel, I just want to be clear too. This is inland Manatee County. This does not include Bradenton. This does not include coastal sections. This does not include Anna Maria or anything like that. Jesse
Lloyd, #KJB, #Amanda. Any tornado worries for Kissimmee, Hunters Creek, Orlando? Is the comment. What I know what you're looking at. Don't worry about it. The comment here from Jesse, Kissimmee and Hunters Creek in Orlando. What do we say for Jesse?
Yeah, so right now the torrential rain is falling. There's a lot of lightning in the area. There's some really gusty winds as well, but there's no tornado threat at this time near Kissimmee or Hunters Creek in Orlando.
Jessica Rose, #KJB. I'm in Myakka. Now let's talk about this. Myakka off of 64 in that cone. Sky is moving and completely still outside. The rain has stopped. For Jessica, can you talk about these conditions according to Jessica in Myakka?
Myakka off 64. So yeah, in the cone, if you're off of 64 in Myakka, yeah, you're definitely near this rotation. I will say it's a lot weaker than we were talking about just 15 minutes ago. But if the winds are calm, that's good, because that means you're not near the strongest part of this storm. Because if you were, the winds would be a lot stronger, and it would be raining. So that's some good news there. But if you're in the cone, I would still suggest kind of staying in your safe spot until this warning expires, and that expires in 6 minutes.
And the sky is moving.
Sky is moving, and that's because, I mean, everywhere, even outside of this particular location. If you walk outside right now and you look at the clouds, they're racing by in the sky because our upper level winds just off the surface, they're really, really strong. That's what's helping to push this cold front through. We're just seeing some of those winds at times being kind of pulled to the ground. That's why it gets really gusty sometimes. But the strongest winds are just above the surface, pushing those clouds.
We're getting a lot of comments. Let's just remind everybody how our comment system works. We only throw comments here on screen if they use the hashtag system. That way, that if you don't want your comment featured on screen, that we're not, taking your comment, your profile picture, and putting it on for a live audience. If you would like for us to feature your name, your picture, and your comment here out of Facebook Live, out of YouTube Live, you can use #KJB, #Amanda, any of the hashtags that you see here on WFLA Now. If you don't want us to spotlight your comment and don't want us to address it, just don't use a hashtag, and your comment will continue scrolling on by. Angel Swanson, I think, also Myakka City. She's at work off of Betts Road in Myakka City. I'm going to try to look that up here myself. She says that there's some heavy rain there in Myakka City off of Betts Road.
Yeah, Myakka City, you're near this tornado warning. If you are at work, you should definitely be in a safe spot in your work location.
It's more to the west. It's western Myakka City.
Okay, western Myakka City. Well, that's better news. But I do think that you are in this area where we've got really strong winds. We've got a lot of lightning. We've got a lot of torrential rain. So stay away from the windows.
Yeah, you're. I'm seeing an idea of where you are there, Angel, and you are southwest of this area of rotation that we've been honed in on here over the last 15 minutes or so. Juliana Brown, #KJB. Let's talk about tactics now. If you're in that cone, she says #KJB, make sure that you go to your bathtub with mattresses overhead. We hear all the time about different tactics that can be used to get into your safe spot and into the safest position possible in your safe spot. What's the advice here for folks in the cone? Juliana here mentioning a couple of ideas.
Yeah, a lot of times we say the bathroom is a good place to go. It's usually a little bit more of a reinforced room. Mattresses are great if you have a lot of lead time and a lot of warning, and if we're talking about a really strong tornado possibly on the ground. But for the most of the general public, it's really hard to pick up your mattress and bring it into the bathroom. I'll tell you right now, I could not pick up my mattress on my own. But you could bring a pillow into your bathroom and kind of cover your head with that. That's a little bit more feasible. But if you can pick up your mattress, by all means, go for it. The main important thing thing is to get into an interior room of your household without any windows. Mobile homes are not, unfortunately, they're just not a good spot to be in during these situations. Even in just some of our general strong winds in some of these thunderstorms, they can topple those mobile homes. So they're not necessarily a good spot.
I'm very fortunate to never be in a situation where I need to go into my safe spot, or where being in a home without a basement and having to go into a bathroom or into a bathtub. But thinking about going into a bathtub and then putting the mattress overhead, breathing is important too.
Yeah.
So putting the mattress over the bathtub, let's also just kind of point out that you want to make sure that you have a means to breathe, because if you're in there for an extended period of time, if a tornado warning is in effect for 15, 20 plus minutes, and you're in a bathtub that's completely sealed with a mattress firmly pressed on top of it, you need to be able to get fresh oxygen. So let's also just remind folks that if you do employ that tactic, having a little bit of an area where oxygen can come in, and that's just extremely important to remind people. So let's
Most
remember.
important part: get into an interior room. Don't stay next to the windows. Don't go outside looking for things. It's heavy rain. We know what that looks like here in Florida. Just stay safe.
Angel Williamy, #AJB. How about Polk County, Haines City, Winter Haven? So a couple different spots.
Yeah, several. So Polk County is kind of being split right now. You can kind of see on Max Defender Rate Radar in the center of your screen. Not all of Polk County seeing the rain. The southeastern sections not seeing rain at this point, but we are getting that rain in the central portions. It's just outside of Haines City, but it is moving in. So again, torrential rain, some gusty winds. It's not severe at this time. Doesn't look like it's building. So that's some good news for Haines City. I forgot the other location.
Oh, yeah, no, it was Haines City and Winter Haven, Polk County.
Okay, Winter Haven. Yep. So yeah, we are looking at conditions improving in Lakeland and in Winter Haven, but looks like the heavy rain is still falling in Winter Haven.
Let's just take a moment. You know, the commenter earlier said the sky is moving. Let me just make sure I shout out that commenter, and it was a long time ago, but I thought that was an interesting way of putting it. Oh yeah, it came from Jessica Rose saying the sky is moving. Clearly it's moving. Just look at the dramatic difference on Max Defender 8 radar in the last 5 minutes. Yeah. Looking at how this is, how this line in particular there, that line of red, and you see the cone there that's flashing in red, how that area has shifted way to the east now of Sarasota. This is moving quickly.
I mean, Hillsborough County alone is mostly dry at this point. We are seeing that redeveloping line of some heavier rain that kind of slices through Pinellas County. That's not severe though. It's just some quick bout of some heavy rain. But yeah, Hillsborough County, even Citrus, Hernando, most of Pasco, it's drying out.
Yeah, this is of course fortunate for us in that it's moving quickly, and it hopefully, Amanda, when are we like really in the clear here on this?
Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, already in the clear. You guys are good.
Good for the remainder of the evening.
Good for the remainder of the evening. Your severe threat for this event is over. Now, you see those light showers, though, out in the Gulf of Mexico, right, JB?
Yep, they're up there. They're kind of here.
Those are going to keep coming.
Oh, nope, this way.
There you go.
There you go, right there. I'm not a meteorologist. I can't. Show and tell is not my thing.
It's backwards for us, didn't
right.
you know? Those light showers, they're going to continue for the next couple of days, but they're not going to be severe. Winds are going to be gusty, but it's just going to be some light showers. Severe threat for Hillsborough County, mainly over at this point. That includes Pinellas, excuse me. Mainly over at this point as well. The severe threat stretches right now just outside of Lakeland through that red line that kind of slices Manatee and Sarasota in half. That is the severe threat where we're watching for damaging winds and quick spin-up tornadoes. And it actually looks like the tornado warning finally has expired.
That's what I was exactly. Yeah, we're reading each other's minds here because I thought I saw that and wanted to make sure. Okay, so what are the active warnings right now and what just expired?
So right now, the tornado warning that we originally got on here for has expired. So there is no longer a threat for an imminent tornado. The tornado watch still goes until 5 p.m. That is mainly going to be for Polk County, central sections, southern sections of Manatee, Sarasota, Hardee, Highlands, and DeSoto County could still see a quick spin-up tornado. That's what we're going to be watching for. But Citrus, Pasco, and Hernando County, we're likely going to see that tornado warning dropped here pretty quickly. We'll let you we'll keep you updated on that. But at this time, there are no active warnings for the Tampa Bay viewing area. And we just
let me throw up this comment that came in about 10 minutes ago, and I thought it was interesting. Mason Budd, hashtag Hey Amanda, you have a debris signature on radar. I don't know exactly what to look for here as far as the debris signature on radar, but perhaps you can explain and address Mason's comment here.
So if this was about 10 minutes ago, I'm going to go back on Max Defender 8 radar. Unfortunately, I can't move it for you on screen, but I will look at this. This is something that we don't see very often here in Florida. About 15-20 minutes ago, I was saying that we don't typically see the stronger tornadoes here in the state of Florida. It's very difficult for our atmosphere to produce those EF4s and EF5 tornadoes. Which would typically produce a debris signature. Going back on Max Defender radar, it actually might look like we did have a debris signature as that storm was kind of moving through southern sections of Manatee. And what he's talking about there is Max Defender 8 radar. We can detect rain droplets, but we can also detect things flying through the air besides raindrops. And Max Defender 8 radar can actually distinguish between a raindrop and a tree limb or some other flying debris, leaves, dust, roof tiles, things like that. And when we see those things being detected on radar, it's a good indication that there's debris flying through the air and another indication that a tornado could be on the ground. We
also have some final questions and comments that are coming in, everybody, from YouTube. Let's get to some YouTube comments that have just come in, and I see we have Paige, you're coming up here next, and we're about to wrap up our stream here momentarily, but this first one is coming in from Chris. Yeah, YouTube has, of course, different names than what you see on Facebook. YouTube, Chris the Funny Kid, hashtag Hey Amanda, is it going to, I meant Spring Hill. Spring Hill
is one of those areas right now that is dry, and you're going to stay mostly dry. The heaviest rain is out for you. And the severe threat is over as well. Some light showers possible just for the next couple of days.
Paige from YouTube as well, hashtag KJB, hashtag Hey Amanda. What is the forecast for Miami? She's watching from South Florida.
Yeah, welcome. This cold front going to pass all the way through South Florida. So you are going to get some rain. It's not going to happen until later on this evening, possibly later into this evening, but it will clear out overnight. Could see some strong wind gusts there as well, but the front will be weakening as it moves in.
I see a lot of YouTube commenters like Linda Ferg, Catman, Outlaw Trucker, yeah, all the names on YouTube. They always make me giggle a little bit, different from some of the names, of course, that we see on Facebook. But we are here live across social media platforms to present you with the latest here on WFLA Now. Big thank you to Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly. Amanda, what are you going to be watching for in the hours ahead here?
We're going to be watching for those isolated tornadoes. Again, the ingredients are there. It is possible for us to see another quick spin up of a tornado. If we do, we will be right back here on digital and on WFLA on TV. Right now, the threats for anything on the ground are over, but we are going to be watching for those stronger thunderstorms to continue to push into southern sections of Polk County, Highlands, DeSoto, Hardy, and we're going to continue to watch this heavy rain moving through Sarasota County. Luckily, though, at this time, all of our warnings have expired. A
good question here to end out on. It comes in from Eric from Brooklyn on YouTube. Eric saying, hashtag KJB, the rain accumulation could be, how much rain is falling on the Tampa Bay area with this line of system?
Yeah, it's going to be different in every single location. I think our highest totals are actually going to be up in Citrus, Pasco, and Hernando County, where the heaviest rain fell earlier this morning. But we're seeing some torrential, slow-moving rain in Sarasota right now, where they're picking up easily an inch, maybe 2 inches of rain as this system is passing through. So brief flooding, ponding on the roadways, not out of the question. However, I don't expect it to last very long in any spots across Tampa Bay because we've been really dry, so we can use the rain. It'll soak up pretty quick.
There you have it, folks. We are ending our live stream, but it could be a temporary end to our live stream. We're back live on WFLA Now. If there's any warnings that you need to know about, of course, WFLA being the NBC station in Tampa, Florida, and for Tampa Bay, we'll continue to keep it posted across the coverage area as far as what is happening in the Tampa Bay area with the storms that have been rolling through here today. Big thank you to Max Defender meteorologist Amanda Holly. I'm JB Biunno. More on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. We'll be right back here with more of Max Defender 8 Radar here on WFLA Now.
breaking news on WFLA Now. Here is JB Biunno.
Back live on WFLA Now with a tornado warning just issued here in the Tampa Bay area. Back live with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Amanda Holly. Amanda, what just came in here seconds ago as we were chatting off stream?
You know, this is exactly what I said right before we hopped off stream that we were going to be watching for. And another quick spin up tornado is being indicated by radar in Sarasota County. This is north of Northport, but this is in southern sections of Sarasota. So on Max Defender 8 radar next to us, you can see that flashing red box just above the Northport icon. It kind of says 75. This is where 75 makes its trek east to west there, and we're zooming in now on this exact warning. So this is south of where we have been focused, but this is a kind of a discrete cell, if you will. So that's what we call these cells when they are kind of by themselves. They're singular, and they do have a better chance at producing these areas of rotation. This is radar indicated according to the National Weather Service.
Which county is this, Amanda?
This is Sarasota.
Yep.
It's just Sarasota, just north of Northport, but this does not include central Sarasota. So downtown Sarasota, you're not in the warning. Northern sections of Sarasota, you are good. Gulf Gate Estates, Siesta Key, not in the warning. We're actually, again, talking about a pretty rural area. This is actually where the Carlton Reserve is, and where we've been focused on the past month or so. So north of Northport, north of I-75, this is where this radar indicated rotation is at this point.
I want to make that, I just would like to make that clear. That's a point of clarification, if I may, because we've been talking so much about the Carlton Reserve and the Gabby Petito story, the Brian Laundrie story. So this is, I mean, yeah, I know from looking at the map so much that this is that area that we've been flying over with Eagle 8 HD just repeatedly over the last 6-7 weeks.
Yes, so it's a very rural area. We're just seeing a lot of trees, there's a lot of marshland, there's not a lot of homes in this particular location, which is good news because when you're talking about a tornado possibly on the ground, it's better for it to not be in a populated area. But again, we're zoomed in really, really far on radar right now on the center part of your screen. It's kind of hard to see, but I'll point out some names, the street names. South Power Line Trail, north of I-75. If you live along that and it is raining torrential in your location, you should be in your safe spot.
Is there any signs of rotation here in this cone?
Yes, there actually is. Kind of see how it's a kidney bean shaped, if you will, right in that kink. That's where this rotation is, just to the north of South Power Line Trail, headed toward State Highway 72. So, of course, that's Clark Road, way out in Sarasota County. It turns into 72 the farther east that you go. So this is going to be moving over the same general area that we've seen these warnings in earlier today. This was the same general area that we had the first warning in Sarasota County be issued, but we are tracking this area of rotation. There's a pretty good area of rotation on there as well. I'm just using my phone to look at Max Defender 8 radar. You're also seeing this on your phone as well. And it looks like we just got another tornado warning issued for portions of DeSoto County right over Arcadia. That's what's on the center portion of your screen right now. Going to go into my chat from the National Weather Service and look up some details for you. This particular warning goes until 3:15. This storm is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And if you live in Arcadia, you should be in your safe space. Again, mobile homes really aren't a safe space at all, because any kind of gusts of winds can really kind of topple those mobile homes. And specifically wording from the National Weather Service on all of their tornado warnings, it includes mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely in the path of this storm. Some times of arrival for you: Arcadia and Southeast Arcadia around 3:05. So you've got about 5 minutes to get into that interior portion of your home if you live in DeSoto County near Arcadia. We're also tracking that tornado warning in southern Sarasota County, north of Northport. This does not include the city of Northport. And in fact, it is moving away from that area. It's moving off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour very quickly, but moving towards State Road 72, and it looks like it will pass to the south of Mayaca City in Manatee County. So a couple of new tornado warnings for you just issued with this line of showers and thunderstorms moving through the Tampa Bay area. It's all a cold front. We have all the ingredients there for these quick spin-up tornadoes this afternoon. We are in a slight risk. That is a level 2 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale for these severe thunderstorms today.
There you have it. So tornado warnings in Sarasota, DeSoto counties. You're looking at them here. Twin tornado warnings on your screen here on Max Defender 8 radar. How long do we anticipate these warnings being in effect, Amanda?
So the warning in Arcadia expires in 14 minutes from now, and as well as the Sarasota warning. They both expire in 14 minutes. You can see both of them right there on your screen. The one in Arcadia looks a little bit more defined. See how there's some brighter greens near Arcadia versus the warning box on your left? That means the rotation is a little bit stronger. The winds are a little bit stronger.
Yep.
But both of them certainly have the potential to have a rotation, a tornado on the ground.
So, and just kind of looking at this here, it appears that the cone to the west, north of Northport, that one a bit larger than what we're seeing in Arcadia. That one looks a little bit more just smaller in size.
Yeah, the warning on your left, the rotation is a little bit broader. So typically if the rotation is broader, the warning box is going to be a little bit larger because we can see wobbles in these storms. Sometimes they can jog to the right a little bit, jog to the left a little bit. So that's why if you're anywhere within the warning box, we say it's a good idea to get into your safe space because of those wobbles. But the warning on the right, the warning to the east over Arcadia, it's a little bit more well-defined, and that's taking a path basically directly over the Arcadia and southeast Arcadia area. As
we do, you can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyAmanda. We'll feature your comments here on screen. And this one, when we do severe weather alerts like this, it's of course a fascinating way for us to gain some insight as to what's going on from our commenters spread across the Tampa Bay area, but it's also a precious resource for us to be able to answer your questions about what you should be doing right now with the severe weather threat that we're experiencing. Brandon Haynes, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyAmanda. He's watching from Dallas, Texas. He says, my girlfriend and her family are in Orlando visiting. Is there any tornadic storms heading towards Orlando so I can warn them? I think we had a very similar question that came in earlier asking about folks visiting Orlando. Of course, that's where you'll find Disney World. That's where you're going to find Universal. That's why you're going to find so many other theme parks. It's the theme park capital of the southeastern United States. So what do we say for Brandon Haynes and his comment here watching from Dallas?
Yeah, there's no severe weather in Orlando right now, but it's not necessarily going to be the happiest day there ever. Right now it is torrentially raining at most of the theme parks, and there's a lot of lightning, there's some gusty winds, but nothing severe. It's not out of the question for an isolated tornado to still pass through, but the threat is almost over. Give it an hour and a half, and the rain should be coming to a close there.
What are the chances now with there being additional tornado warnings going forward here, Amanda? We've had 2 pop up in the last 10 minutes. They're popping up all over the place.
It's possible. Yeah, all the ingredients are there, especially in those cells that form kind of outside of this main line. I know everything's kind of breaking up. It's not really a concise line anymore like we were seeing earlier this morning. And with these individual cells, it's much easier for them to rotate. They're kind of out by themselves, and it's a lot easier for them to organize when they're discrete, when they're by themselves. So Highlands County, DeSoto, Hardee County, you guys are not yet in the clear. We could still see, we still have the threat for severe weather as we head into the next few hours.
And again, the speed of this system is key. It's the speed is tied into what we're seeing as far as the real weather conditions on the ground for folks in Arcadia, north of Northport, at the really in the area of the Carlton Reserve. But that also indicates that this might be over. When is the entire Tampa Bay, in your estimation, the entire Tampa Bay viewing area going to be in the clear?
About 7 p.m.
7 p.m. So there's still. Let me rephrase that. The chance. When is the worst behind us in the Tampa Bay area?
Are you talking downtown Tampa or
no? The entire Tampa Bay viewing area, our DMA, our viewers here that watch WFLA and join us on WFLA now. When is the worst of it gone?
By 7 p.m.
7 p.m. All of it. So this is something that extends.
It's hard to say, right? Because Hillsborough County, downtown Tampa, the threat for severe weather is pretty much over.
Right.
We're in the clear. But Highlands County, you guys haven't even seen any rain yet.
Right.
So the worst of the weather hasn't even moved into your area yet.
Again, if you're just joining us here, everybody, live on WFLA Now, we're live across our website, app, social media platforms, including Facebook and YouTube. You can use hashtag HeyJB. You can use hashtag HeyAmanda. Let's continue taking some of the comments that we have coming in the social media comment section. Wauchula, Melanie Hollis wanting to know about that area, Amanda.
Wauchula area, you guys are starting to, I'm just going to get it up on my map so I can exactly tell you what is going on. There has been some heavy rain that has passed through Wauchula already. There is no threat for severe weather at this second, but you're about to get some torrential rain and some lightning moving in over the next 30 minutes, and then it's going to clear out. Once this batch of rain moves in and moves out, you will start to dry out into the evening.
See a lot of folks joining us here on YouTube as well. You can use hashtag AJB, hashtag Amanda. How about Inglewood coming in from, that's a great name, Susie Suzanne. That's a great name.
Suzanne, I love it.
Great name.
Inglewood, yeah, I have family that live in Inglewood, actually. Conditions really improving as we speak. So the heaviest rain looks like it is coming to a close. You're probably still seeing the flashes of lightning and hearing some rumbles of thunder, but the heaviest rain is actually moving out at this time. There is no... The tornado warnings do not include the Inglewood area either.
Dave Lachuga, hashtag Hey Amanda. I am north of the Riverview area near 301 and Bloomingdale. Are we out of the worst of it? Is the question from Dave.
Yes, Dave, you are.
And that's fortunate. Anything else coming to that area, Amanda, or is there any other stray showers that could?
So after this cold front moves through, typically when we have a strong cold front move through, high pressure builds in right away, and we see a sharp clearing. The winds will shift direction. The air will get really dry really fast. This front is a little different in the sense that we're going to keep the chance for passing light showers in the forecast through Saturday. But the severe threat is just today. So light showers still possible tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday as well in Riverview.
Take this one from Garlinda Jones. Yes, so many commenters from Winter Haven.
Yeah, we have a big audience there. Love Polk County. Winter Haven, at this point, you are still seeing the heavy raindrops right now, but it is not severe and it is about to be over, and then it's going to be mostly dry for the rest of the evening. Passing showers still possible.
We're looking here at that second tornado warning, and we're looking here at Arcadia and Brownville. What are we looking at here on Max Thunder 8?
Yeah, it is now past 305, so of course the rotation, we expected to get to the Arcadia and Southeast Arcadia area at between 304 and 306, and the rotation is right over it. If there was a tornado on the ground, you're probably hearing the howling winds out there. Again, you're not going to see it because the rain is too heavy. It's going to be wrapped in rain, so you're not going to see the actual tornado right now. It's going to be moving out, though, of the Arcadia area very fast and, again, moving off into very rural areas. This is not affecting Zolfo Springs, and this is not affecting Wauchula either.
Get to some more comments and questions coming in, and we're about to switch over to some coverage from WFLA News Channel 8. But let's get to Lisa Chabot, or Chabot, or Chabot. Again, bad with last names, folks. I'm not the best person to be reading last names. Hashtag JB, hashtag Amanda. How's Port Charlotte? We just had some lightning there in Port Charlotte.
Yeah, Port Charlotte, the frontal boundary actually just about to make its way to you. And I'm talking about the squall line, the heavy rain, the lightning, the gusty winds that we've been talking about. You haven't really seen a whole lot today. That's because it's just entering your area. There is nothing severe at this time, but the rain will get torrential here probably over the next 30 to 45 minutes.
All right, folks, we're going to wrap up here on WFLA Now. We're going to be sending things over to Max Defender 8 meteorologist Leigh Spann, and as well as, is Leigh still in the building? I believe that Leigh is still here with Rebecca Barry.
I would assume so. I have not heard.
Leigh is our morning meteorologist, so she's clearly working some OT here as far as the severe weather that has come through. Amanda Holly, I think, is going to be joining our Max Defender 8 team. Let's go now to our on-air signal, everybody, from WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC Station 8 on your side, featuring, of course, the Max Defender 8 weather team live on the air right now with 2 tornado warnings, one in Sarasota County, the other in DeSoto County.
Indicates very strong winds, and sometimes when we see strong winds at the upper levels, they don't necessarily translate to the surface, but it's enough to tell you that this is an area that we need to be paying attention to. And so the vibrancy has remained. It looks like in the last radar scan just to the north and east of Arcadia that we're not seeing any separation at all. We're still seeing those more vibrant colors meeting, but it does look like the area of gray is overtaking the area of green. And sometimes that's also how these systems start to fall apart, is that one area starts to weaken a little bit more and then they just become more straight line winds. And so taking a look back out at this tornado warning that's been tightened up here in Sarasota and Manatee counties, when they shorten the box like that, that just means the areas that are behind the storm no longer need to be concerned because it's racing so fast to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And this one has undergone a couple of different versions of rotation. And so the first one was just an indication that it was rotating. And then it didn't look so good for about 2 or 3 scans there, but now it's starting to look a little bit more compact on the latest scan and a little bit more vibrant as well, but still not quite as strong of winds as we're seeing moving that's pushed past Arcadia at this point. And so we're going to switch our views back to our reflectivity and bring everyone in so we know what's going on. We have 2 tornado warnings until 3:15, and they're for Sarasota and Manatee counties, and then also one near Arcadia. But things are looking a lot quieter to the north of us, and so it's our southern counties that we're most concerned with right now. And so we started the day with that line of storms pushing through Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties. Now they just have a few showers left over. Once this initial leading edge of storms pushes through, it is not going to be severe for you. You're going to see, unfortunately, messy showers, but not the potential for tornadoes like we're seeing right now in Sarasota and Manatee counties, as well as in Arcadia. And so it's our southern counties that still have to get through this. And so unfortunately, Highlands County would be next in line for these storms to push through. I'm worried about this line right here. It does look like we're seeing some very heavy rainfall rates here. Let's switch over and see if anything's rotating with that one. And so we're going to go ahead and switch to our storm relative velocity to see if that's anything to be concerned with. And we are getting a lot of green meeting gray there, just like we're seeing down here. But what we're not seeing is that compact area where it looks like it might be rotating. So the winds are still moving very quickly, and we could get some gusts of wind that would be damaging. And we're certainly getting some lightning with that system as well. But it's not nearly as concerning as what we're seeing down here. It looks like they've given us a position update and a new tornado warning issued for our Arcadia area. So let's switch back to the reflectivity. We'll take it out of motion so it won't be as confusing, and that'll give us an idea of what's going on. Zooming in on that now, our southern counties. And so it's Manatee and Sarasota counties that we've got this tornado warning until 3:15. And then we've also got this one near Arcadia. And this is the new box that they've issued. When they draw us a new box, it means that the people in the old box don't need to be concerned anymore and they're behind the storm. But the new box is where the system is headed and how fast it's moving. And it is moving fast to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And it looks like the new tornado warning is now issued until 3:30. And so the National Weather Service has given an update saying this one is now issued until 3:30. It's still moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And so it's still, unfortunately, near that Arcadia area. And so DeSoto and Hardy counties included in this tornado warning, but just barely on that one, that northern edge there. Unfortunately, it's been an active afternoon, and it will continue to be for our southern counties. Our northern counties don't have much to worry about from this point forward, other than nuisance showers and downpours. The severe weather is all in our southern and tracking towards our southern and inland counties at this point. We still have 2 tornado warnings. I know it looks like 3, but this one is the same. They've just reissued the box since it's moving so fast to the northeast. And so this one may expire at 3:15, or they may reissue it. We are still seeing some very heavy rainfall within the area that they are also showing the potential for some rotation. And so let's switch back to our shear, because this really boils it down for us and shows us where the worst of the storms are and the potential for rotating winds and strong winds. And so we're not getting much as it moves past 70 there and towards the county 72 and towards the county line and Harrison Road, but it looks like near Slidell Road and headed just to the south of Sugar Bowl Road, we're getting some of the indications of those heavier winds. But the better indications are still with that storm in Arcadia, and it looks like it's just to the north and east of Arcadia at this point. So we're talking near Washington Street, near McIntyre Street as well, and this is tracking over some farmlands at this point and looking like it's going to move over these areas and closer to McIntyre Street within about 2 minutes. And so this is all going to be to the east of Moore Avenue and to the east of 17 there. But it is the area that we're most concerned with at this point because of what we're seeing on Max Defender 8, which is this product boils down the heaviest winds and the heaviest potential for rotation. And that is in this area right here. It removes a lot of the rain and a lot of the areas that we're seeing just some gusty winds and concentrates on this is the area we need to be concerned with. And so that's what we use this for. And so it looks like it's just on the edge image of the old tornado warning box, and that's why they drew a new one for us. Let's zoom out so you can see a better picture of where that tornado warning is headed. It's moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. And right now, Amanda Holly's joining us. Thank you, Amanda.
Hey, yeah, we're just going to kind of give you an update, a regroup, if you will, on both of these tornado warnings. We have one in effect for DeSoto County, and that's the warning that we are kind of focusing on at this point. You can see 17 right here. It's just to the east of 17. This is the area of rotation that Max Defender 8 radar is really picking up on. So some times of arrival, these storms have been really racing off to the northeast. Cruiseville there at 338 and Hen Scratch at 342. These are very rural locations. Anything east of 17, there's not a lot of people out there, certainly some, and that's why we're on here focusing just on these areas. This is north of 70 and east of 17. The threat in Arcadia and southeast Arcadia, it has expired because that area of rotation has moved off to the northeast, moving so quickly that they keep having to reissue these warnings, but it's holding together. That's why they are continuing to reissue these warnings. Now, if it holds together, it will pass into Hardee County, which is, of course, officially in the Tampa Bay viewing actual market here. And that's, you saw there, where it's kind of in motion. It started, it passed over Arcadia, and now it's making its way off to the northeastern sections of DeSoto County. I want to focus on the warning in Sarasota County for just a second there, Rebecca. Thanks. So you can see we're actually getting a lot of those lightning strikes back here once again. This area of rotation passed over 72. Doesn't really look like it really looked like it kind of faded out there, and actually looks like that warning has expired, which is good news. Can you confirm that, Rebecca, with the National Weather Service?
Yes, they just expired at 3:11, the tornado warning for Manatee and Sarasota County, so that is good news.
So do we should go back to regular programming at this time. If the warning in DeSoto County passes into Hardee County, we will go back on air.
Okay. We're going to return you to your regularly scheduled programming. We will cut in and let you know if there's anything you need to know about.
We now join our regularly scheduled program.
An hour. Now an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, there's hour class. Yeah, there's me on a boat, jumping on a boat. It's so fun, y'all, and it's good on my knees because I'm an old bitch, and so it's hard. I used to run. I can't run anymore. But it is so fun. There's like this place in New York called the Nest, and my friend Elsa turned me onto it, and so it's just all on the interweb. What do you call iPad?
On the interweb? Well, Grandma, it's called internet.